Let's make sure you're live. Hello, everyone.
I'll be making
We're live.
for the audio
Welcome
and stuff.
to the Gravity Max live stream. Today is a very nice Sunday. I'm
A
feeling
beautiful Sunday.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out. Sky's
Good day.
blue. Yesterday I had a tornado warning, so this is definitely improvement in the weather. So yeah, I hope everyone is enjoying their day. And
As my air conditioner
Oh,
explodes behind me.
Yep. Well, I hope everyone's ready for the Gravity Max live stream, and we've got
ready.
probably going to be a fairly long one today. So, first of all, I just want to mention, got a lot of work done today in expanding the Gravity Max brand. So you may have seen, if you are following our social media pages, that I added a page to the Gravity Max website called Gravity Max News, and I already have 2 articles up on Gravity Max News. So check it out, but I'll get into that for the plugs slide. So today, our guest, Michael, or Jam.
Hello.
How are you doing today, Jam?
I am fantastic.
Nice. First time with a face cam for you, I think.
Just got it. Yeah, just got it. Feeling good.
Nice. All right.
Sorry about my lighting. I have no lights.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, the lighting gets a little grainy for me too as the evening progresses. Usually.
We're good.
All right, we're good.
Yeah.
Great. So
We're good.
yeah, let's get started. Okay. So this video is not intended for children under 13 years old. If you are under 13 years old, please do not watch this video, as the topics we discuss are meant for those with at least a high school level of education. If you are not 13, you will not understand the scientific topics discussed in this video. All right. So visit the Gravity Max website. On Saturday, I purchased a domain name, and that domain is gravitymaxmedia.com. So if you want to go to the website, and I highly recommend that you should, I think it has become a quality website. Just go into your browser and type in gravitymaxmedia.com. All you need to do. So yeah, that's pretty great. I did a lot of work on the website this weekend because before it was a little bare bones, like not really much to see there, but actually I would say the Gravity Max website is an integral part of the Gravity Max experience now. You might want to add it to your favorites bar if you'd like. So yeah, because we'll have daily articles on the Gravity Max website under the news tab for GMN, the Gravity Max News Gravity Max News Network. So yeah, the articles there are great. I have 4 topics for those articles. One of them is modern science, so I'll talk about something currently happening in the scientific community today. Then we have futurism, which is more speculative and like thinking about what the future might be like. Then there's science fiction, and there I'll like review sci-fi as well as talk about like writing and storytelling techniques. And then finally we have the Gravity Max just channel brand updates. And yeah, so we have 2 articles so far, and I would highly recommend you check them out. Then, of course, follow Gravity Max on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, and the links to everything are in the description below. So, yeah. All right. So,
we also have our first chat from Jim McCarthy, 1975.
Wow. I wonder who he may be.
Yeah, I wonder. Cool guy, I assume.
Yeah. Oh yeah, another thing that's making me happy this weekend is that my computer, Aster 1, which broke a few live streams ago, we announced the sad death of Aster 1. Well, I took him to the Apple store, and it turns out that he could be fixed for $475. And pretty much everything will be replaced except for the motherboard. So because of that, I have dubbed him RoboCop. When I get my computer back, his name is now RoboCop because we can rebuild him. We have the technology. And yeah, it's pretty cool because I'm pretty much getting a new computer, a new MacBook computer, which would cost over $1,000 probably, except the motherboard is the only part that's old, and it's only 3 years old. So I am very pleased about that. But yeah, so follow Sebastian on social media at 128 seconds on Instagram, 128 seconds on YouTube, and at seconds128 on Twitter. Twitter posts are pretty funny, and the videos on the 128
I just
seconds
put a new
YouTube
one.
channel, yeah, they're very informative videos. So links to that in the description as well. Yeah, let me make sure.
Here, hold on. What was my latest post?
Links are in the description.
My name is now 127 seconds.
No, it was definitely not that.
So,
my latest post was Sweden real. Checked.
You checked in person.
Just gotta make sure.
I wonder how he checked.
I checked to see if Scotland is real.
It's real.
It's not.
It's real.
Oh.
I need proof.
There's a lot of things from Scotland.
Like?
Windmills. And Scottish people.
Okay.
Name one.
Me.
Okay.
The real question is Wyoming real?
No.
Anybody in Wyoming watching us, I guess it would be, 3 p.m. Mountain Time?
They don't exist.
Yeah.
No, it would be not. That's the time in Wyoming.
Oh, it's dash. That's the time in Wyoming. Yeah. All right. So
what is
finally, buy the book. It is available on Amazon and paperback and ebook. About me on this website, Jen Blankfine Book Nation, and
the audio was kind of freaking out there for a second.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. We may have to go back to Zoom.
Oh no. Discord has been so good, I can't revert to lowly Zoom. I hate having to do that scramble.
Let me check.
I can hear you fine. And I bet the stream can hear me fine as well. So for now, I'm just gonna keep going. But yeah, so
this light was overheating. I had to turn it off.
I had an author interview, and pretty soon on the website, she's gonna put up a review of my book because she's reading my book. So I would definitely recommend that you buy the book because you might enjoy it. 314 pages long. And we have the sequel coming out in 5 months, and you don't want to fall behind, right? So yeah, get the book. Okay.
No, the stream is lagging as well, unfortunately. So I think we got to go back to Zoom.
Well, if the stream's lagging, that's not a Discord thing.
It's true, but I think it might help.
I know. I'm just saying. Okay.
Or maybe Discord's just taxing out your CPU.
That's true.
Sounds. I don't know. The streams. Okay. I don't know. OBS is periodically disconnecting.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's not good. That is not good.
I mean, if it keeps doing it, we'll just switch.
Are we gonna have the 128 seconds stream again?
Hand over the stream key.
Yeah, wait.
The stream key. It is mine.
Here, wait. Sorry. Let me figure this out. So, recent U.S. history. This is an interesting one because U.S. history, if you take a U.S. history class, or if you take any history class, they usually kind of stop, around Cold War period. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, I think we're good for the stream.
Okay.
Then we shall continue.
Yeah, you guys seem fine. Okay.
I like this slide I'm on right now.
Okay.
Quite funny.
So yeah, sorry. So in any history class, usually you stop about 50 years before modern day, which is a little surprising because I feel like some people at this point probably know more about like the Revolutionary War than they do about the 70s, which is like a little strange if you think about it. Like we should kind of
Yeah.
know our own recent history, you know what I mean? But it makes sense because as you go forwards in time, you slowly blur the line between history and just news, like current events. Um, and so it's a little iffy, but history doesn't just have to be filled with dead people, right? History is constantly happening. History is in the making, as they say. So today we are going to look at the past 50 years of United States history, and hopefully you'll learn a little bit, especially if you are a youngin like us, and you were not alive for a large period of time for these 50 years, because how would you know anything? It's like it would just be like stories from your parents. So we are going to
Yeah.
tell you a story, and that story is recent U.S. history. That's what we're going to talk about today. So yeah, you guys have anything?
Get started.
Yeah, no, and before we jump into all this, we gotta acknowledge the Lego mastermind.
Oh yes,
The next
Lego.
slide.
Yes, the Lego.
It's so funny.
So this is from a book called Assassination! Exclamation mark. And it's just filled with these Lego pictures. I forgot the author's name.
I can look it up.
Okay.
Wasn't it like Powell or something?
Yeah, something Powell. I think it was Brendan Powell.
No, they changed their name.
Yes, by Brendan Powell Smith is the author's name on the book.
So, yeah, but I think they've changed their name since then. But yeah, this is a pretty cool book, I think, because it's Lego. So
it's so funny.
Lego dioramas of each of
it's
the
so funny.
presidential, like a ton of
oh my god,
real, like successful and attempted assassinations. And
I can get it delivered Wednesday.
I just find it so funny because it's like Lego is like feels like an inappropriate medium to display these, right? Like if you look in the upper right corner, John Wilkes Booth Lego, it has a nice friendly little happy face right there, and that's probably not accurate, but it is just so hilarious. I would recommend buying this book if you want to.
It's so funny.
Yeah, and it probably teaches you a bit about the history of president.
Like it's very accurate as well.
Yeah.
You know.
So like a lot of effort went into this. I just find it so funny too, you know.
Sure. I want to get like a side by side with the actual picture versus the.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, look at the bottom right. Look at that blur on the assassin in the background. Like that is attention to detail.
Yeah.
The photo perspective blur.
This is so okay.
I'm pretty sure this was all like not painted, but like digital art. So like I don't think they actually built the Lego stuff here.
Thought he did.
Oh.
No, the person actually built some.
Ruined the actual picture of JFK before he got assassinated, just so you can see the the comparison.
Here we go. Yeah, let's see. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you see. Oof. And the Lego stud.
The Lego stud.
Yeah. So we used a few of these, well, not these images specifically, but we've represented all of the presidents we are going to be talking about with Legos. So
it's so funny.
So, in honor
of this book. So yeah, let's get started. Our first decade, the 70s, with the presidents Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and Jimmy Carter.
I love how Nixon's phone is like bigger than half his body.
Because that's how Lego World works. That's how that's the limitations of Lego as a medium.
Someone apparently didn't watch Ninjago.
I watched Ninjago. I thought I was the Green Ninja, bro, for like ever. I was like, it's me.
You know? Yeah,
Lego Ninja.
Yeah, so the 70s, like 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, I'm still of the mindset that 50 years ago is like 2000, or that we're in 2000, so 50 years ago is 1950s.
Yeah, I also think that.
Really? For some reason, I don't know.
I've been keeping my mental rotary updated. I don't know.
Well, good for you. But yeah, so the 70s, obviously Nixon is one of the biggest things to come out of there. The whole Watergate scandal, which we're going to talk about. The Vietnam War also kind of flooded into there, and our parents they didn't really like grow up in the 70s, but they were in like their single digit ages, I would guess, in the 70s, but they really grew up in the 80s.
Yeah.
So you could probably ask your grandparents what happened in the 70s, but you could ask your parents what happened in the 80s,
Yeah, that's crazy. We've gotten to the point that 70s memories would be sort of hazy for our parents.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But yeah, so we're going to start off with some costs of 1970 at the start of the decade, which we have for every decade.
Yep. So costs in 1970. So things were very, very cheap. I mean, look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, 838. Now it is like 25,000. So if you bought Dow Jones in 1970, then you'll be pretty rich.
Yeah,
no,
currently
really, probably because it's like with inflation, you know what I mean? It goes at the same rate. But yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's at 27,000 right now.
Oh wow, that's better than last time in macro.
The Dow Jones. Yeah.
So things are going pretty good. But yeah, look at that. Average cost of a new house, $23,000. If only. And the average income was $9,400, which proportionally is actually pretty great. Because now the average cost of a new house is probably 10 times that, and the average income per year is maybe only 4 times that. So that's where you get like those arguments. You know what arguments I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Like some politics stuff has sort of, a lot of political things have sort of said like, hey, why has this happened? Like, income hasn't risen as fast as like the cost of things, which would be quite a like conundrum. So yeah, if we look at all these, let's see anything else notable. 6-room ranch home, Pennsylvania. What if you want to live in like West Virginia or Ohio? It's specifically Pennsylvania.
No, Pennsylvania.
What's so notable about Pennsylvania?
It's third-degree murder is a thing.
Okay.
In Pennsylvania.
Okay.
They used to hold the nation's capital.
Okay.
Not in the 70s.
Not in the 70s.
Uh-huh.
That's it. There's not a lot to Pennsylvania. There's Boston, which is like the balsamic vinaigrette of cities.
Boston?
Yeah.
Wait, did you say
in Pennsylvania?
Boston and
Oh, that's in Massachusetts. God damn it. I got it mixed up.
I think you mean what's the...
Yeah, it's Pennsylvania. It's notable for not being Massachusetts.
Really?
It's
they have that one
not
city.
Being Massachusetts.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, I think we should change the name of the state Maine to Maine, formerly Massachusetts, because it used to be Massachusetts. Like, if referring to Maine, you always had to say formerly Massachusetts. But something interesting to note here is the 25-inch cinema screen color TV was like $739. Now I think it's actually cheaper than that. Like, you can get a TV screen for like $400, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
I have one next to me.
You can get cheap TV screens now, Whereas in the 70s, it was actually more expensive. Like, isn't that crazy?
Probably rare to make.
I can get one for. Please hold.
Please hold.
Any time now.
Like 150.
Wow. Yeah, even cheaper. That's pretty crazy. That's an interesting inversion. But yeah, so of course it's always in any time travel film you watch, it's always one of the first gags they do where they're like, "Oh, can I have X?" And they're like, "That'll be 1 penny." And they're like, "Oh," right? It's only that's the first gag they do, only second to the gag of "What's the date?" "It's July 5th." "No, the year."
Yeah.
And then they're like, yeah. I'm just pointing out these tropes. But yeah, so that's some notable costs in
We have some
1970.
chat. We have some
Oh, we have
chat.
some chat.
Oh
All right.
no, I'm so scared.
Oh, it's Yui.
Oh
Yui
no.
Films, Mike, we lost because of you. I blame you, only you. Mike looks like an air traffic controller. Wow.
This is gonna be through the entire stream, I think.
I think
It's
Yui
because
Films.
it's because we were playing CS:GO and I threw the match to get out of the game.
Terrible.
So
Yeah, Yui Films is a little bitter about that, isn't he?
it was with Brendan's cost. He died in the game.
Nice.
I find that quite humorous.
Yeah. And I think we're still good on the stream. I just checked it.
It's going good right
now.
now.
No, we've been running smooth.
Nice. All right. So
but yeah,
let's
Austin 1970.
Yeah.
Inflation's a thing.
Yep.
And we experience it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, if we could time travel back to 1970, I would love to buy a Schaefer pen for $10.
Yeah.
I don't know how much. What even is that like a special pen?
I don't know. It's interesting though with inflation rates. I'm gonna do a article for GMN in like a week or something about like who will be the world's first trillionaire. And one of the calculations I'm gonna do for that article is based on the current richest person's net worth, so Jeff Bezos. How long would it take for inflation to make that $1 trillion and make that a rough estimate? Although the first trillionaire will likely be sooner because I'm pretty sure people are getting richer over time. But someone as rich as Jeff Bezos, how far in the future would it have to be before they are a trillionaire? That's basically what
some of these.
Oh, we have more chat.
He's so mad. He's so
Sam
mad.
has responded, "Shouldn't have died, Yui Films. It was a close game too. Imagine if you didn't team kill. Imagine if you knew how to play the game at all, just even a little bit." Then Jam says, "Nova Koi." Chip says, "Look at this guy in the middle. Yui Films, 19/70, also known as Michael's KD." Chip Major, LMAO. Yui Films, LMAO middle guy. Mamau, Lamau, Babao, Cacao. Okay. Get positive.
Get positive. Okay.
Michael equals
incredible.
Stupid, haha. Okay, we're gonna move forwards. We're gonna stop with these insults.
That's my joke. Brendan took my joke with the "I'm positive you're terrible."
Ha ha ha. Okay.
But there we go. Yeah, we should not respond to it.
We're gonna move forwards a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. So
They're
first
not happy
event is the end of the Apollo missions, Apollo program, 1972. Apollo 17 was the last one, and that was 1972, I believe. So the Apollo missions were under Richard Nixon, which is interesting to think about because when you think of the Apollo missions, people usually think of John F. Kennedy because like he's the one that sort of made the goal to get on the moon by the end of the decade. And well, that was accomplished, 1969, like very close to the end of the decade. And yeah, so Apollo 11 went to the moon, Apollo 12, 13, they didn't get there, they had to come back. 14 went to the moon, 15, 16, and 17. So we got 6 missions that actually landed on the moon. But since then, not a single person has returned to the moon. And that's, 48 years of no manned moon missions, which I think personally, as a space person, that's kind of sad. However, we do have an initiative currently called the Artemis program to get back to the moon by 2024. And yeah, I think that was, I don't know if that was Trump directly said that, like decided that, or just part of his, like it's just under him. But yeah, the unfortunate thing is that uh, usually these like a initiative like this will end up getting canceled whenever there's a change in administration and government.
Yeah.
Because I think like Obama and Bush also had like some sort of moon initiative things. So yeah, but this one is 2024. So if Trump were to get reelected, that would be and this mission were to succeed, it wouldn't be interrupted. So that would be interesting. By 2024, we might return to the moon for the first time in 52 years at that point. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that Apollo was over and done with in 3 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, because people always remember the moon landing, but I think it should surprise the average person how quickly the moon missions ended. And see, Discord is having a little kerfuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I
right
think on
there.
the stream it's okay. It's just
Hopefully.
our image
Stream
is
is
lagging.
suffering.
Oh, the stream is stuff. Okay. I think the image is lagging, but our audio is still good. I think that's the case. If our image is lagging, but the audio is fine, then, that's good. So yeah, what
Yeah.
else about
No, the
the end
stream's
of...
starting to lag a bit.
Okay.
Just a little.
So
But
yeah. So the end of Apollo, the reason that they stopped was because there any competition with the Soviet Union, because it's the space race. And after 6 moon missions and no further Soviet attempts to get to the moon, the U.S. kind of realized, oh, okay, we're not in competition anymore. They've lost. They've backed out of the race. You know what I mean? And so, unfortunately, because this was a very competitive time period, and the reason to get to the moon was for the competition, the Apollo missions ended up getting defunded very shortly after.
Right.
Quite a shame. I mean, people in the 60s, if you look back at, there are some old futurist predictions in the 60s, and there are artist renditions of life on the moon. And yeah, I mean, there could have been an alternate history, and I watched this alternate history show called For All Mankind. And basically, if the Soviets hadn't backed out of the race as soon as they did, if they had kept going for a little bit, maybe had a Soviet moon landing, then you probably would have seen an eventual American base on the moon. And once you had that, then you could have permanent habitation if it becomes self-sustaining, and private corporations going to the moon. That would be pretty cool. But I'm pretty sure this is actually the time before even GPS satellites were put up. I'll do a quick search on that GPS invention date. But yeah, it's interesting to think of these factors because, yeah, 1973. So we didn't even have GPS yet because GPS was a result of the space race. So actually, it is important to think about this because while on the surface it may seem like, oh, they canceled Apollo, so space advancement stopped, they did have other things like GPS, and then eventually they invent the space shuttle in 1981. So, space continues to be and always has been developed, and space exploration continues. It's just less publicity. There's less publicity about it. But that's picking up again. So it's really fascinating to see where things will Yeah, but that's it from me. Unless you guys have it.
I don't know how much more could be said.
Would have
Alright.
loved to have been an astronaut.
Yeah. In the Apollo program?
No.
Not the Apollo.
Just an astronaut?
Just generally an astronaut. It's funny, I was watching this show, Space Force by it's like by the guy that made The Office, and it has Steve Carell in it, and it's on Netflix right now. And they said
Space
like
Force.
and they had him like talking to like a high school, and he was saying like, join the Space Force and you can become a space cadet. And I thought that was pretty funny.
Space cadet.
Yeah.
I'll become the space cadet.
So you wanted to be an astronaut, but not an Apollo astronaut.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go as an astronaut?
Yeah, where would you want to go?
Space.
Space.
So space?
Yeah, space.
So what, Gemini? Is that what you're going for?
Gemini?
Gemini?
Yeah, Gemini.
I think we had this debate on stream.
I think we did, so let's just not.
Isn't it Gemini? Is that what you guys are talking
Gemini,
about? It's Gemini.
I have to admit that he's wrong.
Gemini. There you go. It's Gemini.
There you go. Yeah.
Yay.
What mission would you want to be an astronaut on? Oh, Discord crashed. That's fun. Okay. Let's just try and fix that. Right.
Gemini.
Something
You
happened with
okay?
Discord. Oh, okay.
Discord be bugging a little.
Discord decided to I don't know. Okay. But we're still here. We're still here somehow. Oh, it's
Yes,
just
we
my
are.
video turned off. Why did my video turn off? Okay. Sorry about all this tech glitch stuff. I wonder why that is happening. I think unfortunately there's no way to ever really
The
figure
stream
out.
is frozen with me doing this.
But there's audio. If you listen in on the audio, I think there's
Yeah.
still audio.
That's great. No, this what it's frozen on like perfectly explains all of our different personalities.
Yeah.
I'm just flexing. Jam is just watching, and Max is laughing at it all.
Nice. That's nice. Okay, so I think we're back. But yeah, what mission would you want to be an astronaut on?
My mission.
Your own mission.
I want to be a NASA astronaut.
Roscosmos? Is that what you would like to do?
What would I be?
Roscosmos? There's only 2 agencies going into space.
Oh,
is it?
There's actually 3.
Okay.
128 space shuttle program.
All right.
Nicknamed.
You would start your own?
Yeah,
wow.
I would. It's a space shuttle. It's a space shuttle program, nicknamed the Kamikaze, and I go into the spaceship.
Okay.
100% success rate.
All right.
100% success rate.
All right. Well,
I'll be the first man to land on the sun.
I bet you would. Right. You know what? You stick to your dreams, kiddo, and you'll get there one day.
Neil Armstrong can have the moon. He can have the moon.
Mm-hmm.
I will be the first man on the sun.
All right. Well, with that, let's go into the next slide.
Richard Nixon.
Yes. We got the Watergate scandal. The classic.
Thank you.
The one everyone knows about. The scandal to end all scandals.
Wait, everyone knows about it? I don't know about it.
You don't know? Okay. I retract my previous statement. So the Watergate scandal was a very important political scandal and sort of thing in politics in the 1970s. And I think it was like 1972 to 1974. And it resulted in Richard Nixon actually resigning. I'm going to look up the date, resignation date. It resulted in Richard Nixon resigning so that he wouldn't be impeached. So he resigned on August 8th, 1974. But I'm pretty sure Richard Nixon was never actually impeached. He basically resigned before he could be.
No, he was. He was impeached. he was impeached.
Okay.
No, he resigned.
No, he resigned to escape conviction, which is what impeachment can lead to.
Okay. So he was in the process of impeachment. He was being impeached, and they hadn't arrived at either conviction or acquittal. And he was like, "Okay, this probably ain't gonna turn well for
Yeah.
me. So I'm gonna dip. I'm just
Yeah,
gonna
he saw
get out of here."
the writing on the wall.
So he
And he-
left, August 8th, 1974, gave it up for Gerald Ford to be the next president.
Oh boy,
And
Gerald Ford.
yeah, and so the whole scandal pretty much started when Richard Nixon had like his re-election campaign people spy on the Democratic National Convention, because Richard Nixon was a Republican, if you didn't know, and so yeah, so he was running for re-election in 1972, right? And so that's why this was sort of a long scandal, because the actual crime occurred in 1972, but then it came to a head in 1974. So he had like his campaign people, he had some of them like break into the Democratic National Convention and try to
Yeah,
to spy on them, right? To get
yeah.
election information so that he could win. Um, and then there were tapes. Were the tapes that they found the actual like espionage, or was it like him admitting, "Yeah, I did this"? I think refer to the
I
Watergate
thought
tapes.
it was that got him to like formulate.
Wait,
Here,
you're
I can
lagging
check
a little
that.
bit. What were you saying?
I can check.
Okay. Um. So let's see. Um. Yeah. So there were tapes, and he spied on the Democratic National Convention, because elections, even more so now, are like crazy sort of things. Like you're trying to make your opponent look bad, you're trying to make yourself look good. So any information you can get is useful. It's like a war of information, and so he took it a little too far when he had his people break into the DNC, and he got impeached for it. So, yeah, I don't know. There are some, like, when would you define the start of modern politics? I think that's an interesting question because,
Definitely post Reagan.
Mhm.
Um,
And it depends on what you mean by modern, you know.
that's
But,
also true.
but like, if you look at this, like a major political scandal like this, like politics, I think increasingly has become just a series of scandals. Um, because like the focus has sort of shifted away from like policy and has increasingly become scandal, and I mean kind of rightly so for this situation. This was, I mean, it's illegal breaking and entering, and it's pretty disgraceful for a president to act like that. So yeah, I think you could say, if you're referencing the sort of scandal focused nature of politics, you
Hmm.
could say that this is sort of a start to modern politics.
It's true.
But I mean, the word modern has such vague definitions as well that it's just kind of sort of a moot point to define modern politics. I think for every single person, it'll be a different definition. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's kind of a stupid thing to argue. I would say it's just opinion. It's sort of like saying I like chocolate ice cream, and that is like trying to make that factual. You can't really like it's so subjective. Um, but yeah, this was an important political event. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most famous political scandals. We're going to talk about the other one later on.
The other impeachment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, the fact that it led to impeachment. Was he the first president to ever be impeached?
No, I think it was, I forget his name, but it was Lincoln's vice president that took over after Lincoln was like from the
Oh,
South, and like because that was the sort of like that was the deal that they made to get Lincoln in office, was that they had the vice that was like from the South. And so the Congress, like the Senate and House, were still very like North, and so they hated each other, and so that resulted in impeachment. Um,
It's
so
interesting.
I think that was, but I think this was the second impeachment. I'm pretty sure. Um,
Yeah, it would be. I
yeah,
can't think of anybody
yeah,
else.
yeah. Well, I mean, people have probably gotten to various stages of the process because the way impeachment works is like the articles of impeachment are drafted in the House of Representatives, right? And if
Yeah.
50% plus one of the House of Representatives, a simple majority, if they vote yes, then it moves on to the Senate. And in the Senate, there's hearings and a trial. And in the Senate, 2/3 plus one of the Senate needs to vote yes to convict and impeach the president. And yeah, I think the Lincoln's vice actually got impeached. I think he was the like actually got convicted. I mean, I think he was the only.
Convicted, yeah. Because being impeached just
Yeah,
means
yeah,
that like a trial is open and all that.
yeah.
Here,
Like a lot of people
let
get
me look.
confused about that. I think recently when Trump was impeached, that was just the House simple majority voting yes on the articles of impeachment. But I saw online a lot of people were confused about that, and they thought he wasn't the president anymore, uh, which they didn't really understand the legal process, um, which is kind of rough. But yeah, many like presidents have been impeached and not convicted, so that's an important thing to say, because impeachment is just like saying prosecuted. I think that would be accurate, right? Impeachment is just another word for you have been prosecuted, but if you're prosecuted, doesn't necessarily mean you're convicted. Um, yeah. So, was the vice Lincoln's vice? Was he convicted?
What was Lincoln's vice's name? Because Andrew Johnson was also impeached, right?
Andrew Johnson, Andrew Jackson, or
No, Andrew Johnson.
too many Andrews? I
Yeah,
can
a lot
only
of.
remember one Andrew. Okay, I don't know. I do not know. I do not know at this point.
But yeah, no, I think even the
Yeah.
definition of impeachment has had to have changed, since back then. Because
think, yeah.
as we go forth in just in life and
In
as
the
we
future.
evolve as a country, like a lot of stuff has had to have been added on to the Constitution. Obviously.
Yeah, a living document.
Yeah, so I would say, I don't know, would you say it's harder to impeach a president now or harder to impeach a president back in like the 1800s?
I would say it's
Now.
probably easier to impeach a president now.
Mm.
Reason being, we'll talk about this by the end of the stream, but I think it's become more partisan, whereas like the original like impeachment, it's like supposed to be like like I think there's three specific crimes that they list, right? It's like something, something, and then high crimes and misdemeanors, which is basically like other. Um, and if you look right, and if you look at the impeachments, I think you'll notice a trend that it increasingly becomes other. And the other option is the one that has the most room for sort of fallacious impeachments, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
if you don't fit the qualifications of the other two, then you can sort of say, they did this, sort of try to like, yeah, it was that.
Yeah.
Like it's just kind of like you can't think of anything and you just want to have the impeachment done. And so yeah, since it's hyper partisan and stuff, I think whenever you have, say, a like Republican majority House and then a Democrat president or a Democrat majority House and a Republican president, from now on you'll probably see an impeachment because all it takes is a simple majority of the House to start the impeachment process. Of course, 2/3 of the Senate will not convict because usually, while they say that like the Democrats or the Republicans control the House, it's always really close, like 53 to 47. Like, they're always roughly 50-50, within a margin of 10%. So, yeah, so that would be my answer to the question. I think it would be easier to get impeached now, but those impeachments probably won't lead to convictions. I think it's just kind of party line. So
Yeah, because
That's
of the hyper-partisanship,
Yeah.
which we're also going to talk about later. But
that's the last line, I believe.
The Watergate scandal was pretty eye-opening because, again, like the first impeachment was like what in like the 1800s,
Yeah, 1800s.
right?
So
So
it hadn't been done for 100 years.
Yeah, like 100 plus years, or at least.
Yeah.
This occurs again, you know.
Mhm.
So I think it would be interesting to look at some like primary sources, as school loves to call them, on people's just base reactions to doing this. You know?
Yeah, definitely.
Because this also goes into the power of the executive branch. You know?
Yeah.
Again, the executive branch is probably the most heavily criticized branch of the government.
Yeah, because it's easy to point to, you know, it has one person in charge. Whereas like, the Senate, you'd have to like say these 37 people out of the 100 are bad, which is kind of hard.
Yeah. It's also probably the weakest branch of the government. It has the most checks and balances against it.
I think in the Constitution, the original intent was the legislature to be the strongest, then the executive, then the judicial. But maybe that's changed since then. You know, I think that's.
Legislative is definitely I can't speak. Is definitely the most powerful.
Yeah.
Out of any of the branches.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just feel like the executive branch is blocked so often by, you know, Congress or Senate or whatever, or the House or any of it. Congress.
Yeah.
But I just in the current climate, I feel like the executive branch is definitely the weakest, regardless of what the Constitution wanted, you know, because they can't see into the future. They tried. They did a decent job, you know. Props to Georgie boy. But
yeah.
Yeah,
well, it's interesting because the executive branch probably comes under the most scrutiny, because whenever anything bad happens, like anywhere in America or even outside of America in a war, it can always sort of be brought back to the president, because, you know, the president is sort of like, you know, commander in chief, so they're in charge of the military as well. So yeah, it's I mean, they always say aged like a president, right? So it's a very stressful job, I imagine. But yeah, so should we go to the next slide?
Yeah. Real quick, Michael, if you were president, what would be the first thing you would do?
I don't know. I would go to bed, because I'd be surprised if I even got president. So
wow.
After a stressful campaign, yeah, you need to go to bed.
I really need that sleep time, you know. I lost a lot of sleep. Got really nervous during the election. Came out on top. I think I deserve a nice little nap.
Fair enough. All right.
Oh, that was very nice and pleasant. Speaking of nice and pleasant, the Vietnam War.
Well, the end of the Vietnam War. That's a good.
The end of the Vietnam
War.
So here we have Lego recreations of one of the most horrific and brutal wars in human history.
Again, I feel like Legos are like the tone of Legos aren't correct, you know.
Is that supposed to be Forrest Gump in the bottom left?
I do not know. I didn't bring.
I feel like that's a scene from Forrest Gump.
Well, anyway, the Vietnam War was such a long conflict. I mean, didn't it start in the 50s?
Yeah. It was. I could tell you. It started in 1955. That's what I thought. And it went into Max's birthday, 1975. Look at that.
Wow. Yes.
My internet might go out in a second, so just so you all might be gone for a hot second.
All right. Yeah.
He's taking a presidential nap.
Yep. Presidential nap. Yeah, but think about 20 years of warfare. imagine if like the U.S. was in a war like since the year 2000 and like it finally ended this
Oof.
year. Like that
Yeah.
would be rough.
The first good thing to happen this year. The first good
Yeah,
thing.
that would be the first good thing. Yeah, so this war, like this was pretty bad for so many reasons. Because if you look at previous wars like World War One or World War Two,
Hmm.
they had public support, like by and large. There was a lot of public support. In World War II, there were isolationists, but they kind of quieted down a bit after a certain attack on a certain harbor, right? Um, because it would be like, okay, yeah, we were directly attacked. We kind of can't stay isolationist. Um, but the Vietnam War had massive protests against it. Um, this is more in the 60s because, again,
Yeah.
such a long war. But like college campuses, college students were very vocal against the Vietnam War. There were Vietnam protests, and then like they
Yep.
would get like stopped by the police and stuff. And yeah, it was just craziness. And there was conscription or the draft. That was an aspect of this war which was rough as well because so many people did not want to actually go to war. Because again, World
Yeah.
War One and World War Two, people would enlist and they would be like, honor. It's for my country, like my duty. But
All right, I'll be right back. My internet is
yeah,
about to shut down, so I'll be back in like
all right,
5 minutes.
all right, we'll see you, Mike. But yeah, so with the Vietnam War, it was kind of like, and especially the motivations for the war were a little rough. So it
Yeah.
was low morale, very unpopular. Um, but the problem was nobody wanted to be the president that ended the Vietnam War. Because the president that ended the Vietnam War would be admitting defeat. And so like you don't want your legacy to be I lost the Vietnam War. At least if you were president during the Vietnam War, you could say like, "Oh,
Yeah.
well, we made a valiant effort and it wasn't my fault. It was this guy, this next
Yeah.
guy that ended the war." So that was rough. And so 1975 ended under Gerald Ford, I guess. Um, yeah, he got the hot potato, I guess.
Yeah.
They've sort of been passing it around, and he had to end the war and have the negative, connotations of that, the like anger of the public. But at that point, so many people were fed up with the war that they're like, stop, just stop.
Yeah.
And so many people were actually happy that the war ended. Um, and so many people alive today are like Vietnam War veterans because so many young men were drafted for that. During.
Yeah. No, that was the whole start of the make peace or make
Mhm.
love not war, all that.
Yeah,
Um
sort of like the start of like hippie
the hippies, yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
exactly. Um yeah, there was a lot of like when soldiers would come back from the war, like
Mhm.
people would be yelling at them. They would be like, "You can't kill people, man," all that.
Yeah. And that
Um
must suck too because a ton of them like it wasn't even their choice.
yeah.
So.
But the two worst wars um were World War One and the Vietnam War.
Mhm.
You know. That
Yeah.
that's in my personal opinion. And out of those two, I don't know which one I could choose to be the worst one because World War One was just so massive and like so many millions of people died, like including civilians, soldiers, and all that. There was like terrible disease, and like if you got shot, like that's it, buddy. You know.
Intense.
But the Vietnam War was just 20 years of nonstop trudging through a jungle and having like and losing because
Yeah.
it's the only war that the U.S. has ever lost.
Mhm.
Like we even won the Cold War,
Yeah.
but though this is part of it as well.
Mhm.
But there are some historians. Again, historians means history teachers I've had that
Okay.
believe that the U.S. lost the Cold War
Really?
solely. Yes, my current history teacher believes that the U.S. lost the Cold War.
That's really
And,
strange, I have to say.
well, she explains why.
Okay. Yeah, what's the reason?
Obviously, the U.S. won the space race,
Okay.
Well, kind of. The Russians got up there first, but we got to the moon. We also won the arms race and all that, but her main contention is that the U.S. lost so much money and so much national prowess in the Cold War, or in the proxy wars. I mean, to the Cold War. That, and obviously the shining gem of it all is the Vietnam War, which was part of the Cold War.
Yeah.
And if you remember from Butterfly Effect, that Ho Chi Minh wrote that letter to Woodrow Wilson, and he was like, "My guy."
Yeah.
Woodrow
And then
Wilson.
this is the reason why. Yeah. But yeah, so this is really interesting. Another reason this war was so demoralizing was that it was guerrilla warfare. So
Yeah.
the U.S., like, it wasn't, two troops marching towards each other in trenches and stuff like that. And while that was bad, it was at least like organized, I guess you could say. But this was just chaos. Like at any point in the night, like you could just be like, boom, like time. It's warfare now. Like explosions and stuff because and again, it's so much like foliage, I guess you could say, like all these trees everywhere, and like very dense jungles, and like the Vietnamese would like hide in the jungles. So it was like a very tough war, and furthermore, it was like the reason that the U.S. went first place was sort of unsatisfactory to most Americans. Like,
Mhm.
think about World War II. American citizens have just been killed by the enemy, right? Like by Japanese planes, right? Have just killed a ton of U.S. citizens. That's a motivator to actually fight. But here
Yeah.
it's sort of a vaguely political, like, containment thing about, like, oh, we don't want Vietnam to be communist.
Yeah.
Like, that's not much of a call to action for the
Yeah.
average person unless they really hate commies. So,
Which, in all honesty,
yeah,
America did.
yeah,
A lot of it did.
yeah.
That was the general consensus.
Mhm.
But political agenda can't
Was,
really
yeah,
compensate for how many billions of dollars, like I think even in 1950, 1960 money, it
mhm.
was billions of dollars lost. So obviously today it's also
Yeah, even more.
billions of dollars lost,
Yeah,
but and lives lost, because what was the death toll of the Vietnam War?
not sure. But while you look that up, another interesting thing is that the last time the draft was used in the U.S. was December 7th, 1972. Nearing the end of the Vietnam War. So it hasn't been used since then. And I would expect that it probably never will be used again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The official death total is 1.3 million.
Wow. That
You
is
know,
a lot of people.
yeah, here, and to just give that
Yes. Yeah.
uh,
What's World War II?
yeah, World War II, not including. Well, I guess would we include
I
the
guess
the
just
Holocaust?
U.S. deaths. U.S. deaths.
U.S. deaths? Okay.
And then keep
Yeah.
in mind France, Germany, Britain, USSR. So.
Okay. Yeah. Here you go. Okay. World War II. World War II. The U.S.'s deaths were total. U.S. Yeah. Okay. World War II. Okay. I'm on a spreadsheet.
Okay.
World War
Yeah, I
II.
love that.
400,000 U.S. deaths
Wow.
in total.
So this war was just so long that it actually outnumbered U.S.
Well,
deaths in World War II.
yeah. Well, yeah. The 1.3 million was total deaths.
Oh, okay.
Let me see how many U.S.
Yeah.
died in the Vietnam War.
But yeah, so this is just an interesting war, and it finally came to an end during the 70s. And so Gerald Ford, while it might have made him seem weak or whatever, I look favorably upon him for ending such a horrible war, you know?
Around 300,000.
Okay. So
But
similar amounts.
yeah,
And
similar amount. But usually, if you look at wars, the U.S. is usually like really good at keeping
its citizens alive
death
or
tolls
soldiers.
low on
Yeah.
for their soldiers. Obviously, the only exception is the Vietnam War and the Civil War, because like there's not going to be like Germans dying in the Civil War. But yeah, no, Civil War was like 600,000 U.S. troops dead, and that was like insane for that time period.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the end of the Vietnam War, and it's pretty interesting. We've never seen something like this since, you know what I mean? Because there hasn't been a draft call since. And so some say it might never happen again because it needs to be passed a draft like any other law. It would need like the majority of the House and Senate. And at this point, like they say, it would be political suicide to do that. But I don't know if the U.S. came under direct fire again, maybe it would be different. But yeah, I don't think millennials and Gen Zers would be ready for a draft call. What do you
Definitely
think?
not.
I don't think we would be ready.
I know some people who would be like, "Yeah, bring it on, man."
Really?
Yeah, no, definitely.
In Connecticut?
Oh yeah.
In the town that you're in Connecticut?
Yes.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's
people
crazy.
that go
Well,
to
I
our.
remember it being very, what's the correct word? Very affluent town, I would say.
Yeah, no, but I talked to people.
Okay. I don't talk to people, so that's the difference.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the general consensus is still draft bad
Yeah.
because no one wants to be killed or enlisted against their will.
Yeah, exactly.
Because war never changes
Yep.
and all that. But it's just do you think there will ever be a draft again? Because we have such military prowess and so many reserve troops and all that.
So many people voluntarily join the military.
Exactly. That many people think that there will never need to be a draft ever again.
Yeah, I don't think it would be necessary. The only situation I could see would be if America were under attack from like direct attack, not just like a proxy war. And it would have to be with a very large world superpower. My mind goes to China, also because they have 1.4 billion people, which would be, and I don't know, militaries, like they have a lot of people to pull from. So
yeah,
I think China is probably the US's most dangerous adversary at this point. Like if you were to do like deathmatch hypothetical situations between America and any other country.
Who do you think would win? Who do you think would win?
I mean, we have the best funded military.
True.
And an interesting thing is that if you actually look back, kind of during this time period, the KGB, right, and spies and stuff, they sort of made a report to the USSR on theoretically how would we invade the United States, and they said to carpet bomb Texas because they don't want to set foot in Texas because too many people in Texas have guns. So I think it might be difficult to invade America because it's not just Texas. Like I think there's more guns than people in America. And
it's 120 guns per
100 people.
Per 100 people, I think.
Because I don't think China could say the same because the average citizen in China, I'm pretty sure they have restrictive laws because they have restrictive laws on quite a few other things. So yeah. So I don't know. It would be really tough. It would be really interesting to see who would win. I don't think it would ever be a direct war. I think it's more of a slow coercion thing.
Yeah.
I think that would probably be the most successful strategy, because I mean that's kind of what the Soviet Union was trying to do during the Cold War. Like often they had sort of like the spies infiltrate and like sort of like turn people ideologically. So that's probably the tactic we would see in the future. War is becoming more or less and less direct, you know? It's becoming more like
Yeah.
coercive and like
And especially with the introduction of technology, wars can be
especially.
fought at home, you know?
Exactly.
You're just over
Yeah,
there.
exactly. Like even
Speaking of,
something, yeah, even something as simple as like
yeah,
censoring a news story or something could be like not an act of warfare, but like that's part of the slight coercion, you know, like if to like change the opinions of people in public support. But yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, speaking of introduction of technology,
Oh yeah,
our next is Microsoft is founded.
Microsoft. We got our man Bill
Yeah,
Gates, right?
there he is. Yeah. So this is when computers became
Yeah.
like PCs, personal
hmm
computers.
Yep.
It's when
Oh, he's
oh,
back.
there he is.
I have a turn.
Hey, Jam. We're on Microsoft now.
I forgot that was your profile pic.
Yep.
I had to
Anyways,
put pretzel while I was gone.
good. How was
Got
that
some
pretzel?
what?
I had a third.
How was that pretzel?
Warm.
That's good.
Anyways, yeah, so PCs, personal computers, it's when computers were able to be in your house, you know? Because before they like were as big as a fridge and they only sat in company buildings and you know, there's that video of I think it is actually Microsoft where they're in front of a monitor and like Bill he's like showing it off and they're like, "Okay, Bill, show us your stuff." And he just goes over to the computer and he types 2 plus 2 equals, and then he hits enter and it spits out 4. And everyone like loses their mind. They're like,
Computer.
Yeah. So
Computer.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Microsoft was founded April 4th, 1975. Did they start off actually selling personal computers? Was that the like
Well,
original
they
goal of the
ripped
company?
off IBM. You know,
Oh, okay.
that's how
IBM.
they got their footing was here. I can
Because there were IBM. Yeah, yeah. Personal computers really started taking off in the 70s. Um,
yeah.
Not really taking off even, more just existing. They really started existing, you know. 60s not at all, but 70s actually had personal computers, which is pretty interesting
Yeah.
because that's 50 years ago, you know, or 45 years ago, I guess at this point. But computers have been around for such a long time.
Yeah. So they started it April 4th, 1975. It was originally based in Albuquerque.
Yep.
Before they moved to Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And they were originally it's called Microsoft
Software.
for microprocessors and software.
Yeah. Okay.
And their job, what they wanted to do was to just produce software for early personal computers before eventually they decided to design their own you know,
yeah.
their own but yeah, so they made the software and it took off, you know, because their software was actually pretty good.
Yeah, Windows.
They licensed their MS DOS operating system to IBM for its first personal computer, which debuted in 1981.
So it was a collaborative effort.
Yeah, kind of. And then after that, after they saw what IBM was doing, they were like Bill turned to his partner on the left, who is Paul Allen, and he turned to Paul and he was like, "You think we could do that?" And Paul's like, "Yeah, we could do that." So then they started designing their computers. Nice. And then in 1987, was that the bite? Which is only 1 year after Microsoft went public, because before they were just private business. But in 1986, they became public, and in 1987, 31-year-old Gates, became the world's youngest billionaire, and up until Jeffy Boy stepped in, he was the world's richest man. Like, he was the go-to.
Yeah, he was the world's richest man.
I'm surprised at how quickly it changed up. Because all through elementary and middle school, it was always Bill that you would reference. Like, I would walk into the class, find like a $5 bill under the desk, and I'd be like, "Well, boys, looks like I'm Bill Gates," and everyone would laugh, and they would be like, "You're so funny, Sebastian," But now,
who said that?
Now it's Jeff Bezos, and everyone's like, you find a $5 bill, and you're like, "Haha, I'm Jeff Bezos," and they're like, no one's in the classroom because we're all at home, and then I get arrested for trespassing. And I'm like, but Jeff Bezos, anyways. But yeah, so they kind of like, IBM is still a thing, but Microsoft
is a major company. Microsoft.
Microsoft outdid IBM, in the long run. Even though IBM does have that quantum computer.
Yeah, they do.
So maybe IBM will finally get its.
Maybe IBM will have a comeback.
Exactly.
But Microsoft as a tech company, like, probably as big as Apple. I would say they're the main competitor to Apple, probably. But they do slightly different things. Apple, I would say, focuses on phones, whereas Microsoft focuses on computers. But they both sort of dabble in their other, But yeah, like today, I went to the mall to have RoboCop fixed, and we went to the Apple store. But my brother's also in the market for a new computer, and so we tried to go to the Microsoft store, which was just down the hall a little bit. But they were closed for COVID, so couldn't do that. But Apple was but like you had to go through, like, you had to have a face mask, you had to have your temperature checked. It was pretty crazy. But yeah, so this is the beginning of the modern world, if you think about it. The giants of the modern world, Microsoft, this is where it was born.
Yeah.
So yeah. All right, next slide.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
We got the first genome sequence. This is genetics.
Yeah.
Michael, you were on Gregor Mendel.
Oh,
were
yes,
you not?
Gregor.
All right. Can you give us Gregor, Michael? Say Gregor.
What?
Give us a Gregor.
Gregor Mendel.
Thank you. So yeah. Go ahead. Yeah,
I saw the Joker picture of him. If you guys want.
Oh, the Joker, Gregor Mendel. Yeah,
put it up.
This is the first genome sequence, and mind you, it's not the first human genome sequence. That will come later. This was the late 70s. I forgot the exact date, 1977, I think, or 1978. I got a notification. Great. So,
a notification.
But yeah, so basically
it was 1977.
Okay.
By Frederick Sanger.
Nice. Yeah, so this DNA sequence, I think it only had around 5,000 base pairs. So it was very simple. Actually, it wasn't even DNA. I think it was RNA. It was a very simple, like, virus. Yeah, it was a virus. Technically a bacteriophage, but they're kind of the same thing. So they sequenced the genome of this simple bacteriophage with only 5,000 base pairs, and they got all the letters listed in a row, and that was 1977. So that's really interesting. That was a big accomplishment. And eventually they would figure out the human genome, which billions of base pairs. But this is the humble beginnings, 5,000 letters. It must have been pretty amazing to say, look at these 5,000, simple letters. They come together to make this bacteriophage,
Yeah, that guy, Frederick Sanger, he worked with his buddy Walter Gilbert, and they both won the Nobel Prize in chemistry for this in 19.
Yeah, this is definitely a Nobel Prize winning achievement. So yeah. That's a beginning of modern genetics, if you think about it, because how can you edit a gene before you have even read it?
How can you edit before you read it.
Yeah, you can't edit before you read it. So, yep.
But I think it's really interesting that we have this in, because when we get to the 80s, we start talking about DNA being used as forensic evidence.
Yeah.
And that was in 1989, right?
Yep.
So this was 1977, so 12 years after they start sequencing genomes, just 12 years later, and they're able to use DNA as forensic evidence.
Yeah, and this is before the first human. They started using DNA as evidence before the first human genome was actually sequenced, because they don't actually like read the whole genome. That would be like kind of unnecessary. What they do is sort of like a test. They do tests for like specific genes. And like if enough of them match, like just by the blood and DNA, the ribosome, whatever, as it, I'm probably using a ton of incorrect words, but as it coagulates on the correct gene strips, that's sort of how the forensics works. You don't need to actually look at the entire thing, because that would be crazy, 3 billion base pairs. But yeah, I mean, I guess that would be 100% accurate, But yeah, so bam, first genome sequenced. Anything else on this? Should I go to
Gregor Mendel.
With that,
Gregor Mendel.
Go to the next slide. 1979 oil shock.
Close out the decade with the oil shock.
Yep. So this was under President Jimmy Carter.
President Jim.
Jimbo, Jimmy Jim.
James Carter.
Oof. That was his name, wasn't it? Interesting.
I would.
Well, that would be, no one is actually named Jimmy, okay?
James Earl Carter Jr. To you.
Jr. Wow. Yeah, so the 1979 oil shock. There was a similar one in 1973, but I think this one was of a greater magnitude, right? Like this one was worse. I don't know why we chose this one. But
because it's a shock.
Yeah, it's a shock.
Yeah.
Because there's no oil.
Yep. Basically, there's this like council, secret group, not a secret group, but they're called OPEC, I think it is. And it's like oil producing economies, something like that. And it's basically all of the countries that produce oil. And they have a meeting, and so that they can sort of set standards and like set the price of oil. And the problem with that is that in 1979, because of political tensions, they were like, oh, let's raise the price on the US. And so prices went up, and prices only went up to a certain point, I imagine, because they didn't want the price to like get out of hand, to go crazy. But a result of that was that there were oil shortages because, even though the price was high, people still needed gasoline for their cars.
Price is right.
So even though the price went up, it didn't go up enough, I guess you could say, to act as a natural deterrent. So people would run out of gas, like all these gas stations, they wouldn't have enough gasoline. They couldn't get it. And so then people couldn't get it. And it was a problem. And in some places in the US, they had to enact laws where they would look at the last number of your license plate. And if it was even, then you could only get gasoline on even days of the year, like even days of the month. But if it was odd, you could only get it on odd days of the month, to sort of like to try and cut in half the amount of oil used, even though like it probably didn't do much to reduce the oil usage, because it's just sort of like you wait an extra day to get your gas. But like, huge problem. Long gas lines behind gas stations. You can't get gasoline every other day. Like, that's just a crazy thought, because now we're just sort of accustomed to like, yeah, you pull up to the gas station, and right now gas has been really cheap, which is great. So yeah, you just fill up the tank and then you go on your way. But back in 1979, because of the oil shock, you could actually be refused service because it's the wrong day.
So that idea of the odd even license plate thing is actually still a thing in other countries.
Oh, wow.
Specifically countries with overpopulation, because what they do is if you have like an odd license plate, you can only travel on certain roads on certain days, you know?
Oh,
and
that's
that's how
even worse. You know, not just the gas
Yeah,
stations, but the roads. Wow.
it's the roads. So that's in India and Indonesia. I think it might also be in China. But yeah.
That's rough. Yeah. So things were not ideal, you know.
Oh, we
Sometimes.
got some.
Oh, we got some chat. We got some news.
Yeah, from
Some chat.
Zach Bishop. He says this one's
a shocker.
This
Love
one.
that bad pun. Nah, I mean, I don't think bad pun is unnecessary. Just say pun. Cause, yeah. But yeah, so this is the gas shock. I think like
Yeah, and it closes out the 1970s. So
Yeah.
just a quick run through, a
Mhm.
quick summary. The Apollo missions ended. The Watergate scandal happened. The Vietnam War ended. Microsoft was founded. The first genome was sequenced, and the oil ran out. You know, so tumultuous,
tumultuous.
not good, I would say.
Yeah,
Should we
I've
tier
actually-
list? I'll bring it a tier list. We'll tier list the decades.
Oh
when we're
yes,
done.
yeah, tier list. I've actually heard the 70s be compared to the 10s or the 2010s, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, I've heard it's like alternate history hub or knowledge hub, one of his channels, you know, that guy Cody.
Yeah.
He did like a review, like he did a overview of the 2010s as a decade recently, and he said like historians might look back on the 2010s as similar to the 1970s, which would be interesting because we just lived through the 2010s. And yeah, just because of all the chaos and tumultuousness. Oh, we've got another Zach Bishop. What if only prime number plates had access to like the ultra speed highway?
Yeah,
Autobahn?
no, only.
We
Yeah,
need
no,
an
that's what I was
Autobahn.
gonna say.
Yeah.
The Autobahn.
Oh my gosh. Only prime number plates. That would be great. Oh, Discord. Discord, my friend.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, let's pop out the window again. So Discord is not a happy camper. Okay, yeah, we'll get that fixed. We'll get that fixed right quick. But yeah, is there anything else we have on this, or shall I change to the next slide?
I think we can go over to the 80s. Like, so there's the roaring 20s, and then there's the big sad 30s. Does every decade have a tagline?
I don't think every decade has a tagline. Now it's more like what for the 60s, 70s, and 80s, it's more like genres. You know what I mean? Here, I'll move on to the next slide. Yeah,
it is sometimes called the greed decade.
The greed decade. Well, it's more of a like hippies, disco, retro. That's sort of what you could say.
The decade of greed or the Reagan decade.
The Reagan decade.
That's pretty accurate.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
What's the 70s known as?
Yeah, what should we call 2020s? 2020s be roaring 20s again?
The year of the
the Great War. Honestly.
The Great War. Now, I've heard
Earth versus the world.
Have you seen the memes like on Tumblr where they say the RAR, like RAR XD, like the roaring 20s?
Tumblr?
The roaring 20s.
Yeah, exactly.
That is
stupid.
Fellas, I gotta say, this is some of the
Fellas, I love that comic, yeah. Fellas, I gotta say. Yeah. Let's not do that one. Anything but that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, the roaring 20s. We need a new 20s moniker.
Well, I guess we
can't. Oh yeah.
I guess we can't figure it out now, you know, because we're just at the start.
That's true. We're just at the start. What would you call the 2010? Call the 2010s.
The 2012. I am of the firm belief that 2012.
Did you see that they possibly end of the world?
What?
What'd you say? What'd you say, Mike?
I think was it the Mayan calendar? They mistook the end of the world. Like it was like an 8-year calculation.
So it's supposed to end in 2020 or so. Yeah, I saw that.
Uh-oh.
But ironically, I think 2012 was the best year that I have ever been alive for. Because so many good things happened in 2012. That
what happened? What grade were we in again?
What was that? 3rd grade?
8 years ago.
Yeah, I'm just not really feeling like this.
2nd to 3rd grade, but so many good games came out. Like I think Portal, like the orange box came out, so it's like Half-Life 2, Portal 2, CS:GO came out, Halo Reach came out.
Halo, let's go.
Good games came out, and I don't know what. That was Obama, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Obama.
My favorite year has been like 8th grade. That was my favorite year.
Wasn't bad. Yeah, wasn't bad.
Was pretty fun. Well, it's also because I remember it. I don't bother ranking anything earlier than like 4th grade because not accurate enough, you know. But yeah, so the 80s.
The 80s.
The Reagan decade is a fairly accurate moniker because Ronald Reagan was the president of the United States from 1981 to 1989. So, you know, we had a few other presidents in there for like a year, but no.
Yeah. So that is Lego Reagan, by the way.
Lego Reagan. Yeah.
Lego Reagan.
I think it's
let's go through some costs real quick. So we got we got a new house costing $68,714,000, which is compared to the 1970s, was less than half that, $23,450.
Wow, yeah.
Average income is $1,000 compared to 1970, which was $9,000. Mm-hmm. We got gallons of gas new cars costing around 7,000.
Okay.
And
7,000 for a new car.
Which was compared to around 4,000 in 1970. So stuff's getting a little more expensive. Inflation.
Yeah,
pricey.
1980 was a good year. I think it was something like 13% alone in that year. I think it was one of the worst years for inflation. Like the year 1980, not the decade.
1980. Yeah. By the way, I have an entire video on 1980. If you want to check it out, it's on my channel. 128 seconds. I explain the major events. Hey, futurology. I see. I don't think we called out futurology. I just saw him. Oh no, we skipped over the futurology weekly. What's up, guys? Look at that.
It was a while ago.
Oh, yeah, it was a while. Oh, we missed him. What's up, guys? We missed him among the insults of Jam. We missed him amongst the comedy roast of Jam. Futurology says,
I'll text him later.
Yeah.
But inflation peaked in April 1980 at 14.76%. Almost 15% inflation.
Mm-hmm. That is rough. That is
compared to last year. Inflation was...
Jimmy was sweating. Jimmy was not doing well. Because Jimmy was still in charge at that point. Jimmy. Yeah. But, that leads me into the next slide, actually.
Exactly.
Unless you have anything else. This is a fun Ronald Reagan story. The Adventures of Ronald Reagan. So the Iranian hostage crisis, it was quite a crisis. It went on for a long time. It started in like 1979 and ended in 1981 on January 20th, 1981. That date might ring a bell, but we'll get to that eventually. So basically these were like American sailors, right? Like it wasn't a warship, it was just sort of cargo, right? It was just, right? So they were in the Persian Gulf, like in the Middle East. I forget where exactly.
Jamie, pull that.
probably the Persian Gulf, right? Because doesn't Iran have a coast on the Persian Gulf?
Iranian diplomat 52.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
anyways, so this ship got captured in the Middle East, and the sailors were being held hostage. And over the course of
It
these,
was at the U.S. Embassy
oh, it was at the U.S. Embassy.
in Tehran,
Okay.
which is the capital of Iran.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, these people were captured and they were being held hostage. And over the course of like 2 years, only like 3 of them were released. And I think it was like, what it is, I read the article. It said like a woman and 2 African Americans, because Iran like sympathized with them, like saying they were oppressed in America, um, which is interesting. Like that's just oh, you're lagging a bit. But yeah, that's an
Internet
interesting.
iframe too.
Yeah, that's an interesting tidbit. But the main point is that only 3 people were released over the course of this long, drawn out, like crisis, and it was all under Jimmy Carter. And so Jimmy did not look good because of this, let me tell you. People were like, Jimmy, what are you? I'm going to stop calling him Jimmy. But they were like, what are you doing? Get these people home safely, right? Like, these are American citizens. We need to bring them home safely, And Carter was like, I guess he was more, what would you call it? More like, he wasn't being as hard on them as Reagan said he would be during his election campaign. Jimmy Carter was trying to. Oh, we lost 128. But Carter was trying to sort of like negotiate with them and sort of have them like release the hostages, but to no avail. Except on January 20th, 1981, the day Ronald Reagan got elected, they released all the hostages because they didn't want to deal with Ronald Reagan, which is pretty funny. It speaks well of Ronald Reagan. I guess they were intimidated because Jimmy Carter was more like soft on them, and Ronald Reagan was like, we're gonna like we're
We're
gonna
gonna kill
yeah,
you.
we're gonna send the military, like we're gonna stick the military on you. We're gonna get these people back by like any means necessary. And so they were just so intimidated by that they're like, okay, Reagan, we do not want to have to deal with you. Uh, Here's the people back, and they gave the people back. So that was the Iranian hostage crisis. And hey, what's up?
All right, sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, but yeah, so I was going through the story. Yeah,
Just Kurt Cobain.
yeah.
Where were you?
But well, yeah, I was talking about how now this crisis was very favorable to Reagan because he intimidated the captors to let the people go just with his rhetoric. They didn't even want to deal with what Reagan would bring upon them. So that's a pretty good Reagan story, So yeah, that's the Iranian hostage crisis.
Yeah. So yeah, quite a start to the decade. It was in Was it in 1980 or 1981?
It was 1979 to 1981, mostly in the year 1980. But yeah, it ended on the day of Reagan's inauguration.
Yeah,
which is like the crazy.
So, big way to start off the decade. Crazy, This would not be the end of Iranian American tensions. It's crazy. I'm gonna do a video on this.
Yeah.
In 1954, I believe, the U.S. overthrew the Iranian prime minister, and they don't like us for that,
So because we replaced him with like a dictator.
Yeah, we do that a lot. We do the Indiana Jones, but it's not really like equal,
Yeah. Well, the problem was they nationalized the oil industry, taking it away from
Britain and the U.S. Yeah, this was my final U.S. thing, kind of
Yeah.
my U.S. history thing. But yeah, so the leader Mohammed Mossadegh, I think that's how you pronounce his name. He nationalized the oil industry, right? But he was still, I don't know what his plan was, but he still wanted to include the United States and Britain.
Mhm.
But Britain was like, this isn't happening. I
Right.
need my oil. You know, they were pulling
Yeah.
in America. They were
Yeah,
like,
they
I
were
need
not happy.
oil, right?
Yep.
And so they tried to overthrow Mossadegh, and they tried like 3 different times, or like 3 to 7 different times or something. They
Wow.
failed every time. They couldn't gather any intelligence. So they're like, okay, let's call them up, and they're like, hey, America, you're really good at this. Can you overthrow this leader for us? And we're
Wow.
like, say no more. You
Yeah.
know.
Well, I imagine it went something like this. Why do you want us to overthrow this leader? We're busy. We can't do that. And then they're like, they nationalized an industry. Commies?
Actually, what it was that the president at the time was Eisenhower, I believe, and um, the Secretary of State was this guy named John Foster Dulles, and he was kind of crazy because he was like, you know, a nationalist and he wanted America to be like the best country ever. He was like a Nazi sympathizer and he was like nuts, right? And he sees this opportunity with Iran because, you know, the British come over, they're like, I need your help, right? Eisenhower doesn't want to do it, but Dulles does. So he's sitting in a meeting with Eisenhower, and Eisenhower is like, why should we do this? They're just, you know, nice people. And Dulles is like, but what if I told you that they were commies, you know? And Eisenhower was like, I got troops on the way, you know? So
Yeah,
again, it was communism shooting America in the foot with
I
all
think there
that.
was a similar thing with like the banana republics, if you've heard of
Yeah.
those. But yeah, so that was the crisis. So let's go on to
But again, well, just real quick, it's interesting because this guy, right, John Foster Dulles, had to find someone that would be able to get Mossadegh out of power. So he turns to this guy whose name was Kermit Roosevelt, right?
Okay.
You know, and he, as you might gather from his name, he's the grandson of Teddy Roosevelt, right?
Okay.
The 26th president.
Yeah.
And in just like 3 to 4 days, he turned the entire country of Iran against Mossadegh with propaganda. With 3 to 4 days,
That's
he
crazy.
brought so many people, and he orchestrated attacks like for people to go into markets, start shooting, and say this is for Mossadegh. He's the best. For people to think that Mossadegh was funding terrorism and all that, and he just turned public opinion against him.
Wow.
And they eventually overthrew him.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Kermit Roosevelt.
So let's go to the next slide.
Yeah.
All right, the internet. Okay.
May have heard of it.
Here, wait. I will be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. So
I can take care of it.
Take this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Break time.
All right. So the internet. You know about it. I know about it. Michael knows about it. He uses the internet to suck at Counter-Strike.
He's using the internet right now.
He's on Minecraft. But the internet had been first implemented by the military in the form of ARPANET, which was like a military technology. And we've talked about this in a lot of streams. But usually the flow of technology is that the military or the government invents it, then it goes to companies, then it goes down to the public, basically. So this followed this exact trend. The military invented it in the form of ARPANET. This is a concept map of ARPANET that you see in front of you. It wanted to connect all major cities with satellites and with computers that use the satellites. And I believe it was on January 1st, 1983, the internet was created, which was the first basic public access to the ARPANET technology. So it had already been a thing. I can check real quick when ARPANET was created.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say 1987.
It was started in the 60s, actually. And it became obsolete in 1990, because obviously the internet had grown so largely, and everyone points to the internet is obviously one of the greatest technologies to ever exist, and the computers that can handle it and get on the network are some of the most powerful weapons that we have in today's society.
Yeah.
So the creation of the internet marked a massive shift in how things were run, because, you can attribute the internet to the death of so many different industries, like the newspaper industry, or stuff that can just be done. Exactly. Like Sears, you would grab stuff from a catalog and they would send it to you. Now you can just go to Amazon and then there you go, you got it, But it was such a revolutionary technology, and we're going to see that more so in the 90s. All these people trying to profit off of it. But my dad actually remembers, and he finds it kind of humorous now because he works in technology. When computers and the internet started to really become a thing, he remembered his parents saying, "Oh, it's just a fad. This probably won't catch on."
That's great. That's a great quote.
Now he works IT.
Yep.
And now, and look at us. Now his son is doing this over the internet.
Max relies on the internet.
Exactly. I'm streaming, I'm in Discord off of my phone, a computer, with my two monitors connected to my computer.
Yeah, without the internet, we would have to record the show on VHS and then mail it out to a list of people that subscribed to it, and there would have to be a subscription fee because VHSs cost money, so we wouldn't be able to do it for free like we can now. And as I started writing GMN articles, those would have to go in the mail. It would be a mess. It would be a complete mess. You would get your Gravity Max shows much later.
We could be on the radio as well.
We could be on the radio.
That's probably more likely.
That's
actually.
More likely.
We would be on the radio.
But isn't it hard to get a radio show? I don't know how easy it was, but that would probably cost quite a bit.
You can do anything that you set your mind to,
as long as you have a set number of radio channels.
Yeah.
But anyways, so we could be on the radio, and then it would be a mess. The internet is very important. So
speaking of a mess.
Yeah, it's popular to sort of...
I was going to go to the crack episode.
It's sort of popular to speak negatively about the internet, but I think it's just a tool. It can be used for...
It is a tool.
Bad. So if you have negative views of the internet, maybe you're just using it for bad. Think about that. Reframe the conversation. Anyways, let's get to the next topic. Not as much of a upbeat one. Crackhead epidemic.
Crackhead energy. So, I cover this in... Michael, would you say that you have crackhead energy?
I don't anymore. I ate too much for dinner.
Okay.
I don't do drugs. I'm an anti-drug person, and I get yelled at for that. I don't know why.
Yeah. But you get your milk off of...
the milk. That's a different story.
He's a milkhead. But, so the crack epidemic happened... most people point to 1984 as the year in which it happened. Again, I cover this in my video. There's been a lot of theories, and some of them have been confirmed, some of them haven't. But the general consensus is that the government actually played into the crack epidemic, and they were making crack more easily accessible and specifically targeting African American and immigrant populations with the drug to like mess with them, because again, like all the way up until like the 90s, the 80s, the 60s, the 70s, they were all very racially tense, and that's something you got to be aware of whenever you look at history. That only in the past 30, 20 years or so has racial equality been an actual mindset, because before, or a popular mindset.
Yeah.
Jim is playing Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
But
you saw nothing.
The thing about this is, what my mind immediately goes to is Britain giving China opium, because it was pretty much for the same purpose. Britain wanted to weaken China so that they would trade with them,
and it was just really profitable.
Yeah.
We got a Daikaiju Productions comment. That's why they banned weed and heroin. Interesting.
Yes. Okay. Glad he brought that up. Weed was banned under Nixon. Yes, exactly. Weed was banned.
To attack minorities and hippies, he says. Yeah.
Yeah, it was to hurt the African American and Native American populations, because obviously with Native Americans it was for tribal purposes, and for African Americans it was so you could relax, But Nixon saw that it was very popular or prominent in these populations. He didn't quite like those populations, so he made marijuana illegal, which is one of, if not the biggest reasons to why people think marijuana should be legalized. Heroin should probably stay illegal. What they say.
They used to put it in cough syrup, didn't they? Early 1900s.
Well, most drugs started as medicine. LSD started as a treatment for Holocaust survivors to stop nightmares. But what's the quote?
So the crack epidemic kind of goes hand in hand with the war on drugs, and that was Reagan's thing. I think the Reagan, the first lady under Reagan, had her whole thing was a war on drugs. It was Just Say No. I think that's how Just Say No started. It was the first lady. Here, let me look it up, because basically every first lady sort of has a thing. If you think about Michelle Obama with the obesity, that was what she was trying to do. And then Melania, what is Be Best? It's about bullying or something. So Nancy Reagan, Just Say No. I think that's
the BoJack quote is, liquor before beer, never fear. Beer before liquor, don't do heroin.
Okay. But yeah, so you may have heard the phrase "just say no." That's a common thing in DARE classes and drug educational classes for kids. And that was actually Nancy Reagan's platform during the 80s, during Reagan's presidency. And so she was just say no to drugs. And so that kind of went hand in hand with Ronald Reagan's war on drugs. And yeah, so that's pretty interesting, I would say.
Yeah, but yeah, the crack epidemic really hurt the black community, and a lot of white America just was like, well, it's not hurting me, so there you go. Dave Chappelle actually has a bit on this. He made it back when there was the opioid epidemic in, I forget which state it was, Pennsylvania, I think, where there was this huge wave of opioids being used, and it was largely of white people. And Dave Chappelle was like, "Oh, how the tables have turned," But in all seriousness, it really did hurt the black community, and it's the birth of the stereotypes that black people are more they do more drugs, they're more susceptible to addiction and stuff like that. Negative stereotypes about that. But yeah, and then speaking of stereotypes, the next one birthed a lot of negative stereotypes.
Yeah.
The
So yeah.
really encompassed all of the 80s. In my video I mentioned when the very first AIDS case was confirmed. I can check that first AIDS case.
Yeah, but yeah, this was a big thing in the 80s because it spread quickly because nobody was aware of it. That was a big problem. And now, while it's like it's considered a sexually transmitted disease, however, back in the 80s, before it was really understood and could be tested for, it was actually like could be spread to like through blood transfusions. So what they noticed at first was that a lot of people, what's it called, hemophilia, where uh, very small cuts or bruises will bleed a lot because your blood can't coagulate. Those people need to get a lot of blood transplants because they bleed a lot and lose a lot of blood. And as a result, many people that had hemophilia like already, which sucks, then they would get AIDS from a infected blood transfusion because there was no test for it when it first came out because it was a new disease. And at first, like, they thought it was a cancer of the blood, and like they thought it was a contagious cancer, which would be very new. Like, cancers aren't contagious. But then eventually they sort of figured out, oh, it's this virus, it's HIV. But yeah, at first, I mean, it must have been like really scary because right now you can imagine like you can safely get a blood transfusion if you get injured, but back in the 80s, like you could have been infected with this disease, um, and like lifelong debilitating disease, just from a blood transfusion, which is really rough. So Sebastian, I see you're freezing there. Are you good? Do we have some?
I think he's
I think he's gone.
yeah, gone.
His Wi-Fi went down. Yeah, because I bet he has
Sebastian.
I bet he has some commentary on this topic. But I kind of said my piece, so let's see. 128 seconds rip. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I do. Here, wait. We said, give me a sec. Okay. He's communicating us posthumously, I guess you could say, from beyond in the chat. Stall. Oh. Let's see. But yeah, so blood transfusions, as I was saying. We don't have that anymore, and there are actually treatments now. Because not only was it not known at first and couldn't really be tested for, like in the blood, the virus, but there were also like no treatments for it. But now we actually have treatments for this disease, so that if someone has it, it's like not as debilitating.
Bad.
Yeah, even though it does like slowly kill them and they have shorter lifespans. But now there are like, and there's early treatment too. So like before the symptoms start showing, um, but the virus is present in the blood, there are treatments that can sort of stall the onset of AIDS, and there's also treatment that sort of helps the immune system. How you doing? We're all having a bad Wi-Fi night. Is it another
Yeah,
attack?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Okay, yeah.
Remember
So
the no
I
Wi-Fi
can see you
screen?
guys, and I was moving on my screen. So that's
Just stood still looking at this.
But yeah, so I pretty much covered like the scientific and like blood transfusions and how treatments weren't available side of it. So
let me
you have
you with the social aspect.
yeah.
So
So
still to this day, the AIDS HIV virus still disproportionately affects the gay community or the LGBTQ plus IA community.
yeah.
And it is, like I said earlier, it's associated with the stereotypes that gay people are diseased or whatever they believe the time period. But it was really detrimental to the image of LGBTQ people, as like their image was basically destroyed because no one really like accepted them in the 60s or the 70s and all that. But yeah, it really harmed their fight for equality because everyone called AIDS the gay cancer, and some people were like, oh, God made this disease to wipe them out,
It's sort of like the modern day, I would say there's a bit of a stigma around lung cancer because it's like, oh, you were a smoker, even though not everyone gets lung cancer from smoking. But there's definitely some judgment there, as people say, like, oh, it was preventable. Even though in some cases it just wasn't a result.
Give me 1 sec. I gotta check which Wi-Fi I'm on.
Okay.
It's a bad one.
But yeah, I don't really have much else to say on this. I kind of.
Yeah, no, we can go to the next one.
All right. Let's go to the next slide. Okay.
Okay. And
so we got Lego Challenger.
Oh, it's so funny because of what the guy is saying.
Again, Legos. Tony's incorrect. Legos. That's just the irony of it, I guess.
Space Shuttle Challenger with the first 8 solid rocket boosters.
Yeah, if I freeze again, call it out because my computer and my phone cannot be on the same Wi-Fi.
Okay.
That is.
It can only handle one device at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So Challenger. This was an event in 1986, but for context, we do need to go back a little bit. We need to go back to 1981 when the space shuttle, or it was the Space Launch System or Space Transportation System. I think it was the
STS-1. Yeah.
STS. Okay, so the Space Transportation System was the space shuttle. That was the new idea that they had in 1981. The basic idea was, I actually watched a mini documentary on this, was like they were trying to do reusable rockets actually all the way back in 1981 because they were saying during the Apollo missions, each time we launched a rocket, we had to throw it away. So what if we could make a renewable, like reusable rocket? And that's what they were trying to do with the space shuttle. Now, the space shuttle wasn't 100% reusable. The shuttle itself was, but if you notice, it actually has solid rocket boosters that it's attached to, and those would be thrown out every single time. The shuttle itself could be reused, and that was quite an innovation, I would say. And because even now, like Elon Musk and SpaceX, it's considered an accomplishment that he has a fully reusable rocket. But all the way back in the 80s, you could see aspects of it, even though it didn't go all the way, just because it wasn't feasible with the technology. But unfortunately, as with space travel commonly, there are always setbacks, like the first Apollo mission and Apollo 13, which fortunately didn't end with any deaths. There's always risks to space travel. And this turned out disastrously for the Challenger explosion, which was in 1986. So the Challenger space shuttle was, well, STS-1, right? It was the first space shuttle. There were various space shuttles. Pretty much whenever one got destroyed, they would have to build a new one, which is kind of rough. But there were 7 people on the Challenger when it blew up, and really tragically, one was a civilian it was a teacher who had like won a nationwide competition to have one teacher go up on the Challenger space shuttle and to spend some time in space. And it was supposed to be a big yay space exploration, yay NASA. It was a bit of a PR thing actually, because NASA was trying to get some more public interest in space, because coming off of the space race, people were only really interested in space for the competition with the USSR. So NASA was trying to rally some more public support, and it backfired disastrously with the Challenger.
Horribly.
Because the space shuttle blew up, killing all 7 people inside, including the civilian, the teacher, and that was really bad for America, and especially considering that NASA was trying to drum up support for the space program, and like made a lot of there was a lot of publicity behind this one, because it was like the first time they would have like a civilian go up into space. And so it was a big, like, everyone knew about this, like everyone was getting excited for this. And then it turned out disastrously. So what always happens when there's a big failure in space is people go and they say, is space travel really worth the risk? Like, we're risking lives. And
It do be.
it do be.
It do.
That I concur. But
yeah,
so those questions always pop up, and so it was bad for space travel.
I saw something really sad. This is before the delay on TV was a thing, and the kids of the teacher were watching when the Challenger blew up.
Yeah.
Which I thought was pretty sad.
Yeah.
First thing I said on that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, imagine your teacher like dies on a space shuttle explosion.
Imagine that one kid in her class when she failed him, and he goes home and he's like, I wish she was dead. And then he sits there and he's like, I have done this. You know, he's in class and he's like,
yeah. That would be rough, but
we can joke about it because it's been the South
it's been
Park.
It's been more than 22.3 years. That's the South Park formulation. Yeah. You can only joke about something after 22.3 years. If you joke about it before then it's too soon. So, yeah.
But
this is interesting because, as I said, this was like a PR thing to have the teacher on the space shuttle. And so originally NASA went to Sesame Street and they said, hey, can we have Big Bird fly on the space shuttle? And they try to work that out for a bit, but they're like, oh, the costume is too big. All right, we'll go with plan B. We'll get a teacher. But imagine if the costume fit. And so Big Bird died on the Challenger explosion. I think we've discussed this before on stream, just because it's such a crazy, like, alternate history scenario. Like, everything would have gone crazy. That would be the ultimate end to everything. Like, we think 2020's bad. No. We would have seen 2020 level disasters in 1990 if we were in Big Bird Challenger universe. So, yeah. But what were you gonna say?
Yeah, no, it was just such a large setback for NASA because, that's everyone, like, at the time pointed to the Challenger and they're like, you suck. You know, they're like, come on, NASA. You know, so funding was cut and everything went downhill after the Challenger. You know, and we covered this on Butterfly Effect stream again. It was just that one cold day where it was randomly 23 degrees Fahrenheit in Cape Canaveral, and part of the ship froze, you know, and it blew up.
Yeah. So, that was a big tragedy, like, on the American psyche, you know? Because the 1980s are usually sort of seen as a really optimistic time period. Like, people always have, like, 80s nostalgia or whatever. It's kind of like, in the 80s, everyone was like, oh yeah, the 50s were great. You know what I mean? And now in the 20s and 10s, everyone's like, oh yeah, the 80s were great. But if we actually analyze the 80s, they weren't as great. The music's still good, though.
I wonder if like in like 2050 or 2060, they're going to be like, I wish I lived in 2020 because their music is so good. You know, I love their clothing style. And we're like, you do not know the pain.
Yes. You stupid kid. You have no idea.
We just walk in and our kids playing Fortnite. They're like, look at this retro game. And we're like, you are not my child.
You have committed a cardinal sin. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So let's go to the next slide. DNA.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. So this was, again, I used this in my video. DNA first being used as forensic evidence. This was big. Like we said earlier, it was 12 years after 1977 where they first sequenced the genome, and they were able to convict this guy by the name of Colin Pitchfork.
His last name was Pitchfork.
Colin Pitchfork, yeah. He was
I think that should have been enough. Why'd they need the DNA?
Yeah, exactly. If you saw this guy, he looks like Pennywise, you know? He was like this murderer, or he was a rapist, or he did something not PG-13.
Okay.
And he was convicted. He left evidence at the scene, and they were like, let's test it against him, you know? And he was convicted on that evidence. He would not have been convicted if that DNA was not there at the scene. And DNA, and now DNA is the one driving. Because if one person just says, "Oh, I saw him at the library in the billiards room with the lead pipe," you know, it's not enough.
Yeah.
But if you find fingerprints or DNA on the lead pipe that match the guy, then you can make a conclusive. You can definitively call him the perpetrator.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because as it was used for convictions, it was also used for the contrary. A ton of criminals were excused because they brought their case back up again and were like, hey, the DNA says they were not there. It was actually someone else. So a ton of false convictions were sort of nullified by the introduction of DNA as evidence, which is a pretty good thing. You know?
There was one case. It's a pretty famous case, the O.J. Simpson cases.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to that. Or wait, no, wait, I don't.
Are we? No.
I don't think we have a slide on that.
When DNA was just being used or being introduced, and one of the reasons he got off was because of DNA, because supposedly the police mishandled the DNA or the evidence, so there wasn't a confirmed amount.
Yeah. That was the handling. They just.
Well, that's the thing. That one of the officers left the gloves in the car overnight instead of taking them back to evidence. So they said it was contaminated and couldn't be used.
Yeah, and I think they also argued that he had a cut on his hand or something.
Yeah,
that's why.
Well, yeah, and what they did is they made OJ's, because what one of the prosecuting lawyers said was there was a glove found at the scene. Let's see if OJ's hand fits in it. So for it, they kept his hand in warm water so it would get as big as possible, and he kept it down by his side so as much blood as possible would flow to his hand.
Also the latex. They put latex gloves not to contaminate.
Yeah. And he tries to put the glove on and it doesn't go at all. You know, his hand is swollen. And one of his, I don't know if it was the Robert Kardashian, but one of his lawyers said, if the glove don't fit, must.
That was
yeah.
I forget his name, but he was the
he's the other one.
But that slogan,
Johnny Cochran, that's his name.
Yeah. That famous line though, if it don't fit, you must
quit.
Yeah. So if the glove doesn't fit, you know, that's from the O.J. Simpson case. You know,
that's interesting. Yeah,
I watched a whole documentary about it. I'm kind of an expert myself.
Now he's on Twitter.
We have our lawyer present, Michael McCarthy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I watched that documentary too, like The People versus O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good documentary.
It definitely covers what happened.
Yeah. But and now he's on Twitter. Isn't that the craziest thing? He
made that tweet. He made that
tweet so long ago. It's so funny.
What did he say? He said, "If we're in."
He said, I'm scared. No, shouldn't be scared of coronavirus killing me or something." And someone said, "I would be scared of you." Or something
no.
Like that.
His other tweet was, "If we're in quarantine any longer, I might go crazy." And one of the replies was, "How crazy was talking about?"
Wow, yeah. I saw one where he said like Carol Baskin from Tiger King like definitely
Yeah.
killed her husband, and then someone in the comments said, "Are you speaking from experience?" So yeah,
He knows.
it's
He
pretty crazy.
knows that he's setting himself up, but
Yeah,
whatever.
regardless of if
wrote
he
a
did
book
it,
He
it would
wrote a
be.
book saying that he didn't do it, but if he did, this is how he would do it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
if I did it,
the
I
book.
think that's the
If
name
I
of the
did
book.
it.
If I
Yeah.
did it, but yeah, if he like regardless of whether or not he did it, it's a little tone deaf, I would say. I would it's very carefully. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. But
But
anyways,
anyways, yeah, that closes out
yeah,
the
that closes out the 80s.
1980s. Quick summary.
Yep.
There was the Iranian hostage crisis, which Big Daddy Reagan ended. The internet became public. The crack epidemic happened and was helped along by the U.S. government. The AIDS epidemic started. The Challenger exploded. DNA was used as evidence, and the bite of 87
Bite
Bite of
of 87.
And now
Hello?
we go to
Now we go the
the
90s.
90s.
I call Waco, Texas. That's mine. I'm just saying that now.
In the 90s. Oh yeah, you can cover Waco, Texas.
I'm a Siege player, so I know everything about that map.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so the presidents we got H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton. So they were the two presidents. So the 90s. What an interesting decade, right?
Yeah.
Like, so I've heard that the 2000s, everything was 70s nostalgia. The 2010s, everything was 80s nostalgia, like Stranger Things. So as we enter the 2020s, are we going to see 90s nostalgia?
I think it's well, yeah. As far as I've seen, it's still 80s nostalgia because everyone's listening to vaporwave and stuff. Like we were listening to Soviet
Yeah, I just
wave.
love synthwave and Soviet wave.
Soviet wave stuff. But yeah, no, that wouldn't surprise me if suddenly we're going disco on them.
Yeah, and well, not disco. It would be grunge, I guess, for 90s.
Oh yeah, wait, you're right. It is grunge. Yeah.
Yeah. But then it would be interesting because what happens in the 2030s? Because since the 2000s was just 70s nostalgia, there's no 2000s identity. So you would have to have 70s nostalgia.
Oh my god.
And then 2040s, you would get 80s nostalgia. So
yeah, alternative rock, industrial rock,
uh-huh.
punk rock, ska punk, new metal, all that. You
like
know,
Green
it's not
Day, I think, right?
green. Yeah.
1990s. Maybe a bit into the 2000s as well.
Green Day. Yeah, it was formed in 1987, but they wrote all their good songs in the 2000s.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, no. So going into the costs, 1990, new house cost $123,000. Given a comparison to 1980, a new house cost $68,000 and $714. As I close out, the average income was $19,000. Oh wait, no, sorry, I'm on the 80s.
Yeah,
that was the 80s income. In the 90s, it was $28,970, and
the cost
gallon
of the
of
house
gas
is going up much faster.
Yeah, gallon of gas. Gas is kind of maintaining.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I've seen like gas of similar price, more like 170.
Yeah, 80s was like $1.17, $1.19, and 70s was 36 cents. So, oh how I wish.
Oh how I wish. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got some other stuff. New car, 16K. You know, you got some other stuff. You got the Ford Mustang convertible. We are sponsored by Ford, by the way.
No, we are not. Just want to make that clear for any lawyers.
Ford Raptor?
Yeah. But yeah, so 90s. I don't know how inflation was in the 90s. Do you have any idea?
Not as high as, well, I don't know. I don't know, actually.
Inflation in the 90s.
It was really high in 1980, the year, but I think it went down during the 80s because of like Reagan's economic policies. Um, so I don't know if 90s would be higher or lower.
It was decent. It was decent.
Okay.
Decent.
All right.
Solid.
A solid amount of inflation.
Solid amount of inflation.
Solid
But
amount of money printer.
yeah, but
Money
there
printer.
was
Yeah.
go burr.
Go
But
Burr.
a lot of money was wasted on the next thing we're going to talk about, which was the Persian Gulf War.
Yeah.
I know so little about this war.
Yeah. Me
Michael,
too.
would you care to explain the Persian Gulf War?
I see a tank and multiple trucks. That's the most I got from this so far.
So this was what H.W. Bush started this. I don't know why it started. Do you know more about this or?
Oh yeah, well yeah, definitely. So this was when people were okay. So we've been in the Middle East a lot. There's been a lot of contentions, but the main driving factor is oil. And we see that more with the Iraq War. But this kind of harkens to that as well. But everyone looks to the Iraq War as the main thing of that. But this was
no blood for oil. Right?
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, no, the Persian Gulf War was basically along the same lines.
Okay.
Yeah, it was codenamed Operation Desert Shield, and it was what was it in? Yeah, it was triggered by Iraq's invasion of Kuwait.
Okay.
Because Iraq invaded Kuwait to get the oil in Kuwait, which is off the coast of Saudi Arabia, or it's on the Saudi Arabian Peninsula. But the main thing was that the Iraqi president at the time was Saddam Hussein. And everyone, like HW, who is the president during now, right? Yeah. So HW knew that if he was the one to get Saddam Hussein, everyone would love him, right? So the big thing was we need to get Saddam Hussein, right? So Hussein pulls this move. He goes into Kuwait because he wants some oil. You know, everyone wants a little oil. Everyone talk about, but HW was like, it's go time. He sees that and he's like, let's roll out. So he sends all these troops into Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you remember, but our old assistant principal, when you were at Staples, he was stationed in Kuwait.
Oh yeah.
Because of this. So there was, it wasn't as brutal as the Iraq War, mainly because there was a lot more support for this war because Saddam Hussein was a dictator and all that. Saddam Hussein, we got him. When did he die? In 2006.
Oof. Yeah, so
but
it took a while. It took his son to. I will avenge my father's presidency.
Yeah, but basically, this was the opener to what would be the Iraq War later on, because what Bush would do, well, we can get into the politics of it later, but what Dick Cheney and Bush did, or W. Bush did, was take this and say that Iraq is a problem area, and they went in and they got oil. And still, to this war, the secondary ulterior motive was to get the oil that Saddam Hussein had got when he walked into Kuwait, you know? But largely this was motivated by oil and Saddam Hussein, and that's basically that war. I can check the casualties. I can go back to my list.
Yeah, so again, like long past are the days of American like patriotism, like general patriotism in warfare. So there wasn't a lot of support for this war either. However, it was shorter than the 20-year Vietnam War, and it didn't employ the draft. so there wasn't as much outcry as there was for the Vietnam War. Yeah, so what's your statistic?
I'm looking.
All right, how many people died in the Persian Gulf War?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
It was probably fairly low compared to the
Yeah, pretty low.
because America was very good again at
According to the
priority.
BBC, between
Like-
60,000 and
Oh,
200,000.
Really?
well, probably not.
Was
Probably
was
total.
that in like
Probably
That's Iraq.
total.
Iraqi sort. Oh wait, no, wait.
Yeah, you're looking at the second one. The first one was like only around like I think it
Two?
was in the hundreds. No, it was in the
Yeah.
hundreds. I'm pretty sure it was like 146. I'm pretty sure 148
American soldiers.
So-
Wow, so
The
that-
Gulf War is like 149.
people.
That's exact.
okay. So that makes sense again why there was far less like outcry and dissent over this war because
Yeah.
it wasn't like American youth being sent to die. It was they were enlisting, volunteering, and the death toll was kept very low. So that's an interesting one. I don't have anything else on this topic. Should we go to the next slide?
Bye, tanks.
All right, next slide. We got the end of the Cold War. And in that picture there, we got H.W. Bush and Mikhail Gorbachev. And they're shaking hands. Two pals. Reagan is often credited with ending the Cold War. And a lot of what he did is probably what, led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. But H.W. Bush was the one that was actually the sitting president when the USSR collapsed. So it's kind of like the same thing with like Kennedy and Nixon about Apollo. So it's interesting how like a previous president can be the one known for an event that occurs in a later presidency. But yeah, so the Soviet Union dissolved into over a dozen different states, and the U.S. became the sole world superpower, which is pretty interesting. Now I would argue China is a second superpower. I would say we have two world superpowers now. But after the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, the U.S. they were doing pretty good, Only world superpower, not a care in the world, right?
Yeah.
So that's pretty nice. We covered this more, I guess. Like this is more change occurred to the Soviet Union than to the U.S. at the end of the Cold War because the Soviet Union completely dissolved. And that's why I'd argue that the Soviet Union lost the Cold War. I would argue against your teacher.
That's what I believe as well. Yeah.
Because if the U.S. lost the Cold War, then we would see the California Republic, the Texas Republic, the like northeastern states of America. But no, it's all still one country. Whereas the USSR has become like Kazakhstan, like Poland,
Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan.
yeah, all these different countries that were once a part of the Union are no longer part of the Union. So I think that it would be a little ridiculous
Mike,
to say that the U.S. lost.
Who won the Cold War?
Me?
Michael won the Cold War. Nice job, Michael.
We are here with Michael. I'm gonna clip that and I'm gonna make that a meme.
I didn't hear you say my name, so I was super confused.
Who won the Cold War, Mike?
Didn't America? I don't. Why the fuck? Why are you asking me this question? Leave me alone.
It's an
I'm thinking
opinion.
it's America, but leave me alone.
It's America.
You want to write an opinion piece on it?
I don't like the
Actually,
Cold War.
I'm not sure that would fall into the GMN subcategories.
I'm not a fan of the Cold War. An opinion piece
from
about
the 1980s from middle of Soviet Republic, and I will be doing an opinion article on if and when the Soviet Union will dissolve.
I guess I can add an other. category. I'll add an other category to GMN. But yeah. So that's the
But
end.
yeah, so yeah, the end of the Cold War. Cold War, like Vietnam was a part of that.
Yep.
Afghanistan.
America won the war. Do you know that?
So
You
did
didn't
you.
know. You didn't know. I just had to tell you, just in case, because I knew that. I don't know why, but I just completely blanked on it.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great.
I'm focused on Waco, Texas right now. I'm not focused on anything else.
He's so ready for Waco, Texas.
I'm so ready
about
for Waco,
Waco.
Texas. I'm an expert, if you didn't know.
Yeah.
Ah,
Speaking of Waco, Texas, next up we have the Hubble
Waco.
telescope being
Oh,
launched.
Oh, still one more.
That is
Okay.
Waco,
Hubble telescope launched. So the Hubble telescope is still the main space telescope used today, and it was launched in like the early 90s. Isn't that crazy? I forget what year exactly. I don't know. Let's go with
Let's take bets. Let's take bets, gentlemen.
1992.
I'm going through 90.
I'm going 1992.
91.
Let's see what it says.
I think it's 92. Unless it's not in order.
1990.
Oh wow. Okay. So
Of
this
course
was
it
early.
is. Why wouldn't it be?
I guess we had this out of order then. So this was early. I remember actually hearing that Hubble had some problems early on, like something with a lens or something, right? And so they actually had to send up astronauts to fix it in space. Isn't that crazy? The thing was already in orbit, and they sent up repairmen essentially. They sent up astronauts, like
Let's
they
set up
had
the to fix it.
the plumber. Yeah, they like had the space shuttle, park in an orbit next to Hubble, and then they had the astronauts come out and boop-a-doo, fix in the Hubble Space Telescope, and then they went back down. And the Hubble Space Telescope has been in operation ever since, and it is still working. And like time on the Hubble Space Telescope is a hot commodity in the scientific community. Uh, you need to like justify why you need Hubble time, and it is very hard to get. It is very exclusive. So you got to like present your like hypothesis, and you got to present your study to like this big Hubble committee, and they're like,
The
that's
council shall
the
decide.
council, and the
I want to
council
look
will
at the
decide
stars
good
with
faith.
a big telescope.
Yeah, and so they say either not important enough or sure, you get some time, but it's very, very exclusive. And the Hubble Space Telescope, at this point it's like 30 years old, and it's becoming obsolete. And so that's why for a long time now they've been wanting to launch the James Webb Space Telescope. And it's actually a bit of a meme. They did an XKCD comic on it because they like announced that they were going to launch the James Webb like 5 years ago, and like they had like a launch date in like 2016 or something, and they've kept delaying the launch of the James Webb Space Telescope. I would say it's probably
What?
James Webb. It's probably one of the most delayed launches, I would say. But in the XKCD comic, they basically covered the rate of delay versus like the rate that time passed and calculated that the real launch date would be in 2026. So it might still be a while. Because like, they would say in like 2015, they would say we'll launch it in 5 years. Then in 2020, they say we'll launch it in 2.5 years. Then in 2022.5, they would say we'll launch it in 1.25, right? Kind of like that. And that was the,
It gets.
yeah,
They're like, oh, we'll do it tomorrow.
yeah,
we'll
exactly.
do it in an hour.
Yeah.
Forget about it.
Sorry,
So
Mom, I
they
forgot.
increasingly small, but still delays. So Hubble might have to be a 36-year-old piece of technology by the time we can stop relying on it. But even once we have the James Webb Space Telescope up, Hubble won't become obsolete. Um, because it's such a hot commodity to have space telescope time. So even though there's a better space telescope available, if you can't get your study James Webb time, you'll still take Hubble time. You know what I mean? So we're likely not like unless the thing breaks, we are not going to see an end to Hubble anytime soon. It just won't be the primary like groundbreaking crazy study thing anymore. It'll be James Webb, but it'll still have its place.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Next up,
Yep.
The moment Michael has been
Waco, Texas. Waco, Texas. 1993. By the way, we missed another
Another super chat.
terrorist attack that comes like a year after this.
Oh,
This
okay.
wasn't a terrorist attack. So basically, there are two sides. There's two sides. There's the Texas police and the American FBI versus the Branch Davidians, which is a Christian religious group that believe that God will punish those who sin, like like you will die,
Okay.
no matter what, and those who are good, you will go on to heaven. And it's one guy named like David Koresh. He believed that God sent him to eliminate all the non-believers, and so they started stockpiling weapons inside the little compound there. So the Texas police got a tip. They went to go storm it, and I think four officers got shot in a firefight between them and the Branch Davidians. So they sent the FBI in, and it was a 51-day negotiation that ended up just backfiring completely. And they threw 400 cans of tear gas inside, and they brought tanks in also to start shooting the walls in.
Yeah.
And fire broke out, killing 71 Branch Davidians, and 2 of them shot themselves in the back. So it was believed that the fire was started by them. A lot of Americans got mad at this because they believe the government should not have mass murdered them. But this one guy proved that they started the fire and killed themselves. It was a mass suicide.
Yeah. Well, it's a very murky thing actually, because tear gas is known to be flammable. Tear gas is known to be flammable. This is actually, they made a mini-series, like documentary on Waco, Texas recently. And tear gas is known to, one of the points that one of the characters made is that tear gas is known to be flammable, and it has been flammable and has resulted in deaths many times. Yet the FBI did not bring in the fire department just in case.
Yeah, I think
you know what I mean? Like if you were about to launch a potentially flammable substance, it would be sort of like your due diligence to call in the fire department and say, okay, we're not trying to start a fire, but if a fire breaks out.
Well, they were trying to flush them all out, which is what the issue was. They were not leaving the compound. I think 12 people were allowed to leave, and then all of them got arrested afterwards for aiding and abetting in the murder of an officer and stockpile of weapons, illegal stockpile. But I mean, when you're shooting 400 cans of tear gas into a building with tank missiles as well going in, fire kind of is to be expected. I mean,
well, some of the people, and some of the people like wanted to escape, but like the building itself had like poor, like it was not well constructed.
On Rainbow Siege, which is it's basically it's an exact replica of the building.
Okay.
I think there's a few different things. There's like, I want to say 7 entry points on it, and even those are very hard to get out of. Like, if they're all fully barricaded, you're not getting in and out easily.
Man has experience. I guess me too. Technically, we have experience.
You have
Oregon. They just tweaked the map. Or they didn't tweak the map. They completely redid the map to look exactly identical to it. They had the construction site in the back completely replicated to that. They have a watchtower. They have a bunch of stuff written on the walls.
Okay.
Like he will save us. We will be freed. I think the sinner shall die. They had the laundry room exactly replicated. The bedroom is completely. I played that map too many times, so I'm a bit tired of it. But
well, it's interesting because they built this building themselves, so it probably wasn't up to code. You know what I mean?
Probably.
And another like murky thing was that it's argued between both sides is that a lot of the surviving Branch Davidians say that the ATF, which was working with the FBI, that they were the ones that shot first, but then the ATF claims that the Branch Davidians were the ones who shot first. So it's a real Han Solo, Greedo, Star Wars thing. And it's not known. Nobody knows. One of the theories is that like the ATF like shot their dogs like for no reason, kind of just because they kind of always do this, which I am not a fan of. But whenever they raid a place, like a SWAT team as well, they'll kill the dog because they're like, it could be an attack dog, so just to be
Well, I
safe.
mean, it could
And
have
you
been.
can't get
They were
charged for murdering a dog, like murdering a
one
person,
did
right? So, um,
so.
yeah. So this,
Did you know David, whatever his name is, had 25 children?
yeah, he had a lot of kids because it was like part of the cult that like he was the only one allowed to have kids.
Yeah, and
Um,
all of the girls I think were underage as well. Who?
a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of underage girls,
Wait, no, wait.
None of that. One more thing that we didn't include.
Yeah.
The
Well, wait. We also have to talk about Oklahoma, but before we talk
oh yeah,
about that, so Waco, it was very, very murky. The facts aren't all known. And the problem, and so depending on which facts you believe, like if you are very favorable of the Branch Davidians or very favorable of the ATF, regardless, many Americans were displeased, to say the least. They were like, this is ridiculous. This is government overreach. And again, this went on for 51 days. So imagine on the news for 51 days they're covering this. You know, you turn on one of the three news stations, you know, because it's 1990 and you don't have internet, and you know they're like talking about Waco, Texas, and so like a ton of people were saying that the government like shouldn't have done this. They shouldn't have gone in like all guns a-blazing because another thing they did, which they talk about in the documentary, is that they used psychological warfare. And basically, what that was during the nighttime, they would shine floodlights on the house and play just like horrible sounds, like super loudly, like car crashes, people screaming, just
yeah.
bedlam, right? And oh, you were muted or something. But
oh,
yeah.
21 Pilots. They played their music outside of the
Uh-huh.
Waco combat.
So they played horrible sounds, and so nobody could sleep. And so people said, "Why are you using psychological warfare?" So you know,
Well, to
very
be fair,
questionable.
they were also using psychological warfare on its people. It's supposed mind control with the abuse they put the people through
Hmm.
to
Interesting.
obey command.
Yeah,
But
yeah. So
there is keep going. Yeah.
the next event, unless you have anything on Waco, Texas, I'm gonna
Well, no, I have something on
pivot
like
to Oklahoma.
because we kind of missed a big moment I think in 1994, which marked a big progression in counterterrorism. There was a flight, French flight 8989, which was attacked by terror. I don't forget what the terrorists are from, but both the German counter-terrorist force GSG-9 and the French GIGN both successfully raided the plane with 0 casualties, and it's just a quick thing. I'm a big fan of counter-terrorist.
Yeah.
I think we can all say that we're a fan of counterterrorism. But yeah,
But
so
that's because the FBI is also a counter-terrorist force. I mean,
yeah.
Yep.
So a
I'd like to
result
be
of
American as part of the counter-terrorist force.
a result of the Waco, Texas, like the siege and a lot of public like displeasure with how it was handled. There was a domestic terror attack in 1996 in Oklahoma City, known as the Oklahoma City bombing, where like two men like took like put bombs in their trucks and like drove into the Oklahoma City Federal Building, and
Mhm.
they killed a lot of people. It was a really big domestic terror attack. Like before 9/11, it was like a huge like in the news, and it was like one of the biggest sort of like the scale of the Oklahoma City bombing
Yeah.
is crazy. And my mom actually, she used to work in news, and in 1996, she actually flew out to Oklahoma City and she was covering it. So
Wow.
the aftermath.
that's a big spot.
That is
Yeah,
a big story.
yeah. So like she went in and like to like interview people, and so that's like my like personal connection to it.
Yeah, that's dope. That's awesome.
That's cool.
Not-
That is cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just an interesting story. Yeah, because this was really big. Like you might not have heard of it if you're like if you're our age, if like
Mhm.
you're our age watching this, you might not have heard of this, but it was a very big event, like a very important historical event, especially before 9/11, because the scale of 9/11 kind of like dwarfed the Oklahoma City bombing, but before 9/11, it was like that was a lot of deaths. I think it was like in the tens, like the 2 digits. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it was even 3 digits, but
well, I think 9/11 tops that. I mean,
yeah, definitely. But
compared to 10.
but in
Yeah.
1996, it was like not like that was
Yeah.
people weren't used to that. And it's also sort of a growing trend, like starting in the 90s and sort of increasing in the 2000s and 2010s, is sort of like domestic terrorism, along with just normal terrorism.
Mhm.
So like there's foreign terrorism as well as domestic terrorism, and the domestic terrorism is like crazy. It's like a new trend, like not trend, but like you don't see as much domestic terrorism if you go to the past. I mean, I guess you could say like the Symbionese Liberation Army, if you've heard of that. That was like the 60s or 70s, I think. And that was like I watched a documentary on that too. That was very interesting. But
Yeah.
yeah, so this was, pretty important event in America. Sort of like defined how modern America deals with like policing the Waco, Texas thing. Like it said a lot to a lot of people. A lot of people were like, okay, so this is how order is maintained. Like, yeah, so it's a defining event. But yeah. So unless you guys have anything else, I'll go to the next slide.
Yeah.
The next one.
Yep. We got our Lego man right here. Bill
Bill.
Clinton.
So his sex scandal was with this girl named Monica Lewinsky. That's what she's famous for. This.
Yeah.
So Bill Clinton is obviously married to Hillary Clinton, whom we all know. And so this was like when we were talking earlier about impeachments, Bill Clinton was another president that got impeached.
Yep.
And he got impeached because of this, which in my opinion is wrong, because someone's personal life, as long as it's not illegal, it shouldn't spill into.
The problem was it wasn't that he got impeached for having sex in the Oval Office. It was because he lied about it under oath. So they asked him like, "Did you do this?" And he's like, "No." As probably anyone would be. And then they found some conclusive evidence that he had. And so then the impeachment was, you lied under oath. You're not allowed to do that. So that was the impeachment. So it was because of it, but it wasn't like, the act itself that was like part of the impeachment,
But yeah, now he goes down in history as one of the only presidents to ever be impeached.
Yeah, one of the few.
But he was never convicted, though.
Yeah, never convicted. He remained president until, George W. Bush was elected.
Yep.
But, yeah, so this was, again, just like with the Watergate, like scandal. The scandalous nature of politics.
Yep.
Increasingly scandalous. Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah,
they're
this
still
is
together, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why Hillary stays married to Bill Clinton.
Maybe she's not good at making decisions. So so this is leading into the political sphere of today.
Yeah.
Like we saw with Nixon, that started the scandal portion of it, and this just adds on to it, But later on, well, actually, going back to Reagan is kind of when the hyper-partisan stuff started happening, but we talk about that a little later because that's what it really was like. But during Reagan's administration, that's when the religious right started making a name for itself, and it still does have a name for itself today. And that's when it started to become polarized. And this was another defining moment where they became a little more polarized because a lot of Democrats felt one way and a lot of Republicans felt another way.
Yeah, because if we look at the Bill Clinton impeachment vote, I bet it's a party lines thing if we look at it.
I can Jamie pull that up.
Yeah, it was probably like party lines. Let's see, because again, like yes, it's illegal to lie under oath, right? But like that's in the grand scheme of things, it's like not that big a thing. I mean, I don't want to downplay it, you know what I mean? Because it is immoral. However, it's still just like it's not like he betrayed America or something horrible like that. You know what I mean? Um, he lied under oath.
Yeah,
Was
no, it
wrong,
is
but
completely partisan.
completely partisan.
Yeah,
Well, was how? So it was just all the Democrats voted don't impeach.
for Article 1,
Uh-huh.
okay, so Article 1, there were 0 Democrats that voted that he was guilty, and there were 45 Republicans that said he was guilty.
Okay.
But there were also 10 Republicans that said not guilty, and every Democrat said he was not guilty. For Article 2, there were 0 Democrats that voted that he was guilty, so they all voted not guilty, and 50 Republicans voted guilty, but 5 Republicans voted not guilty.
Okay.
So again, the vote was in favor of the not guilty, even though that's a tie. I guess tie goes to run.
It's the 2/3. It's the 2/3. Remember.
That's true.
So, but yeah, that's really interesting. So it was like an entire partisan thing.
All Democrats thought the same way. It's just the Republicans.
Yeah. Well, here's what I would suspect because, like, you have to question: did every single Senate Democrat actually think he was not guilty? And the answer to that is probably no. But if you're going to be, it's sort of like a mob mentality thing, like peer pressure thing. If you're going to be the one Democrat that says, yeah, I think he's guilty, you're going to get voted out. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
exactly.
The entire party will attack you. And so that's sort of a problem now with hyperpartisanism. Like when everything falls under party lines, it just makes it so that like you can't break ranks. And so that's kind of like, what's the deal with that? Because we should be able.
Airline food?
Yeah. Yeah, because we should be able to have a congressional representative that, actually speaks to us on every issue. Because I would say most average Americans don't agree 100% with the Republican Party line or 100% with the Democrat Party line.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if any of the senators or representatives like break from those party lines, then the rest of the party will sort of attack them and stop supporting them, and they'll be out and not reelected. So that's sort of a problem with hyperpartisanism, and you can see that with the impeachment of Bill Clinton. So,
yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna go to the next slide. We're all good here. All right. ISS is launched. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my voice from like 3 hours. I am like not gonna speak for a week after this. But the International Space Station was
we should also mention that a lot of the episodes that are going to be coming up are going to be live episodes.
Oh yeah,
in fact,
totally. Yeah,
I don't know how
episodes are going to be live because I'm going to be flying up to the northern base of operations. I'm going to be flying up to Connecticut this Tuesday.
Yep.
Very excited. Haven't packed anything yet, so that's what I'm going to be spending my day tomorrow doing. I'm probably going to go to sleep right after this.
Have fun.
Yeah. Because we have an early flight on Tuesday, but I actually like early flights, you know what I mean? Because you get there at like
I
2.
prefer early flights, definitely.
Early flights are better flights.
I like early flights. My parents don't as much. They were like, "Oh, we should pick a later flight." And I'm like, "No, just do an early flight. It's so much easier." Because then you can maybe get some sleep on the plane too. But anyways, International Space Station launched 1998, but it was modular. So the first bit was put up there, but over the years they've sort of added capsules and added
Upgrade.
sections. That's why it's international, because like each country contributed like a piece to the International Space Station, and now it's what we know today. Most expensive thing in history. It's like $2 billion or something. Um, and yeah, we're still adding it. We're still adding to it today. Like I think Bigelow Aerospace, um, they had a inflatable like space capsule, and they tested it out on the ISS recently. So it's always being added to. And of course, recently in the news because of the SpaceX launch to the International Space Station carrying crew. So I think we've got an exciting future ahead for the International Space Station, even though it's 20 years old now. So some say it's obsolete, but I think recently, like Congress or something, whoever does this, they approved the budget, like the funding for the International Space Station until like 2028 or something. So it's here to stay. Um, what else? So yeah, International Space Station. It can carry a maximum of 7 occupants, but it can only carry like 6 people worth of escape vehicles, so it only ever holds 6 people. You know what I mean? Um,
Mhm.
so 3 to 6 people. What they do is in the International Space Station, people are sent in groups of 3, crews of 3, and so you'll send one crew of 3 up, and then they'll work with the other crew of 3, and then the other crew of 3 that has been there for a longer time, they'll go back down. The original, like the newer crew, will stay there alone for a little bit, and then eventually they'll send up a fresh crew of 3. And this rotation is, 6 months to a year, depending. Like they had a specific study where they wanted someone up there for a year because he was a twin, and they watched his twin on Earth, and that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
but
so the eye is integral to how like NASA functions, like really any space program, because it's the docking station. It's where you go. It's the New York of space. If you're going somewhere, you're going to the
Yep,
ISS.
it's the New York because it's the only one really. So yeah, I guess it
Yeah.
would be. It is literally every city of space because
Yeah,
it's the
it's the
only
Chicago,
one.
Las Vegas, San Diego,
Yep.
Antonio of space.
Yeah.
But
Maybe not Las Vegas. I can't imagine they're doing much gambling on the ISS.
I would definitely imagine they're doing a hell of a lot of gambling on the ISS.
Well,
What,
yeah.
what do you have to lose? You're just up, They're like, I'll bet you 5 oxygen tanks.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So the International Space Station is where we conduct all of our zero gravity experiments that we want. So it's been our Skylab for years, but of course it isn't Skylab. Skylab was a previous space station that has since crashed and burned. But
So my
regardless,
bet.
yeah, it's a laboratory. It's a big laboratory, and it's actually interesting because when the ISS was first launched, um, astronauts could be sent to the International Space Station via space shuttle. So the space shuttle would dock with the space station. And this went on for a while, for the first 10-ish years of the International Space Station's run, but the space shuttle was retired in 2011. So for the past 9 years, it's all been the Russian Soyuz craft.
Mhm.
And now with SpaceX, it can be the Dragon capsule again. So storied history here. Yeah, so the International Space Station has been continuously occupied since like 1998 or 1999, I think. So for 20 years straight, it has been occupied. So I guess you could say it has a permanent population, you know?
Mhm.
So yeah, like humans have a permanent presence in space because of the International Space Station. Without it, it would just be occasional. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say. You have anything?
Yeah, no, ISS is so important. Michael, how would you like to be on the ISS?
I would love to be on the ISS.
Thanks, Mike. All right, next up.
All right, next up. Okay. Now I'm not
Yeah.
happy.
I went into that way too positive.
Yeah. I
didn't
don't
see
know what slide's coming next. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is the Columbine High School massacre or like mass shooting, and so this was an event on April 20th, 1999,
Yep.
and so this event involved, two shooters and resulted in many deaths because, I mean, again, sort of like with the Oklahoma City and the start of domestic terrorism, this was sort of the beginning of mass shootings. There were mass shootings like previously, but they were isolated incidents. But now, I mean, people say it's an epidemic, but, I don't like the use of the word epidemic for anything other than disease, because it's kind of like, but it's definitely a problem, a big problem in America, um, is that like, people commit these acts of violence, and this is the beginning of it. This is the first one, um, not the first, as I said, but it's the first one that like the public knows about, and it's what people always refer back to. And so it's been more than 20 years since this event, and the problem hasn't been solved, unfortunately, which is pretty sad. Except there were no mass shootings like for the past few months because no school. But you can't have a school shooting if there is no school, right? So yeah, so like the police department and like the forces to respond to this incident were unprepared, which is why there's such a high number of deaths. Now, I guess since people are more accustomed to it, which is like sad, but we know how to respond to it better, I guess you could say, is like one of the only positives, so that they aren't as deadly now.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
but
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm pretty
so
sure we were discussing this the other day. I'm pretty sure the ones in gray, that's just a picture. It says 15 deaths,
mhm,
including the 2 killers. So I'm pretty sure all of those, not just the ones that are not black and white.
grayed out. Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and all the right are survivors. I don't know if we said that, but those are
yeah,
survivors who were in the school. Like, someone did an interview with them if you want to check it out.
yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
so it's very well known, events. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have much more to say on this.
Just a terrible event, and then it just got more and more popular as, time went on.
Mhm.
But these guys definitely sparked it.
Yeah, there are a ton of like copycat killers. Um,
Yeah.
a lot of people, like a lot of modern, like recent school shootings have been a result of people that have like somehow been inspired by these shooters, which is pretty despicable. Um,
It's mainly because I watched something about the whole situation. It's because the 2 guys, the shooters, they were bullied, and that's what really drove them to commit the horrible act.
hmm, yeah,
Like, they were 2 of the most bullied kids in the school.
yeah, that's what we
So,
see with like every incident. They always say like they were bullied.
yeah.
Doesn't give them a right
Yeah,
to.
exactly.
Yeah, obviously it doesn't give
But
them a right.
Yeah.
but
That's
it
why I have.
sucks. It sucks that like people resort to this. Um, the problem essentially is that, and like the reason this is on the rise is that like for some reason our society has increasingly been producing people with nothing left to lose, and like nothing, sort of.
That's a raw quote. Oh my God.
Yeah, basically there are
That's
too many
raw.
people that are sort of like I guess, disenfranchised, you could say, but they're just sort of like they have they have no reason like to continue living in their own heads. Like they don't have any motivation to continue, and they're sort of mad at like the system or the man or whatever word you want to use for just the current situation. And so they express their anger by killing innocent people, which is just horrible. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah,
So that's a somber end to the
to
to the
the
1990s as my
yes,
dog dies down.
dog barks. Yeah,
So
somber.
real
Yeah,
quick summary. 128 seconds and barely even like 30 seconds.
Mm.
The 90s. Some costs. The Persian Gulf War for Saddam Hussein. The end of the Cold War for America, who won, and Michael, who also won. The Hubble telescope was launched earlier than we think. Waco, Texas, and Oklahoma City happened. Bill Clinton. The ISS was launched. And unfortunately, the Columbine school shooting happened. And that is the 1990s. Now we move on to the knots,
the knots,
the
the
knots,
the
or
knots.
the
Excuse me, real quick.
I
I had
don't
to make
know.
And I think it's dope to be
The
to say I
knots.
was born in knots.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be referring to it as the knots for the purposes of
Yeah.
live stream.
So we have two presidents, W and Obama.
Yeah. Very
So
sleek. His Lego is much more sleek than they've got some good lighting on that.
yeah,
Like very polished. Like they've got some polish on that. Whereas the Bush Lego is a little scuffed.
a little scuffed, just like his
Scuffed.
presidency.
Yeah. So
But yeah, we can start going through these a little quicker, just because we just passed 3 hours.
3 hour mark.
If you're still watching,
live stream.
if you're still watching, you get one certified Gravity Max buck. You
One
know,
certified Gravity Max buck.
if you get 5, you get 128 seconds smooch. So costs in 2000.
Yep.
Average cost of a new house, $134,000. Compared to 10 years ago, it was $123,000. So increased by like 10K or more.
Yep.
Average income $40,000. In 1990, that was 28 or almost 29,000.
Mm-hmm.
So 40,000, quite an increase. We got monthly rent at $675, and gallon of gas remaining steady to $1.26. Whereas last year, or in 1990, it was $1.34. So it actually decreased. Pretty good. And a pound of bacon was $3.
Yeah. Yeah, so the knots were an interesting time period. So yeah, let's just get right into it.
Yeah, let's go right into it. So we get the human genome sequence. This is when we started understanding things and what you see up there, the chromosomes. And we started understanding a lot more about human biology. We're able to do this. What year was this? Was this 2000?
I think it was 2000.
Yeah.
Yes. So the human genome, if you think about it, it's like 3 billion base pairs. And so after 1977, it took 23 or 24, whatever, years to get to this point, to go from 5,000 to 3 billion base pairs. And this is incredible. This was the Human Genome Project. Like, they had a whole thing. They were like, we're going to do it. We're going to get the human genome for the first time, completely sequenced. And they did it. And now they've done it many times. It's interesting how as we it's like practice makes perfect, that phrase. We just get better at doing things, like we've sequenced so many human genomes at this point. So the accomplishment of this, so it's a bit confusing, but we sequenced it and we had a series of letters, but the problem is we don't know what each part does. Exactly. It's like it's written in Russian, so we don't know, like we can't read it. we don't know what it says exactly. We have isolated parts based on like say eye color genes. We see okay, uh, the genome we sequenced for someone with brown eyes says like AGT, and for someone with blue eyes it says uh, GCT. So it's different. So that's the difference, and oversimplified. But we
Yeah.
have noticed some of these things, but just because, so it's like a bit of a misconception, just because we sequence the human genome doesn't mean that we know what every single part of the human genome does, unfortunately. I mean, that would be great if we just figured it out in 2000, but yeah, we still need to decipher it. Even though we know, like, quantitatively what it is, we don't know qualitatively what it is, so.
Yeah. So yeah, this was a big step forward, a small leap from, but this was pretty good for the scientific community and for medicine because, and we're still doing research into this to this day because we're trying to understand the DNA, we're trying to understand how we can live forever, if like age is programmed into the genes,
Yeah,
all that.
that's my recent article. Go read that
Yeah,
article.
the
Check
leaf.
out check out gravitymaxmedia.com. Go to the news tab and it should be there. And also, if you read the article, this is spoilers for the article. Check out lifespan.io. It's a very cool website. It's not a .io game. It's a foundation. It's really interesting.
Does it tell you your lifespan?
No. It's the Life Extension Advocacy Foundation. It's their website. Leaf.
Leaf. And there goes Jam. Jam has decided to leaf the chat.
He's just make like a tree and get out of
And
here. Yeah.
he's saying, hold on. He's probably getting attacked. So speaking of attacks,
Ooh, we have some great segues with this one.
we keep trucking. We truck forward.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate how much of an emotional roller coaster this live stream would be. I have to go from yay science to somber dime.
So yeah, this is the most infamous terrorist attack in history. Any runner-ups, I would say the assassination of Gavrilo Princip, or of the assassination of Franz Ferdinand by Gavrilo.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. I can't really think of any other runner-ups.
Yeah. Pearl Harbor.
Yeah.
Even though that was an act of war rather than terrorism.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, this started wars. I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like in terms of biggest attacks on American soil, this was, I think, the most casualties on American soil, and they were all civilians. Whereas Pearl Harbor, less deaths, and it was already a military base. So, yeah. And it was in Hawaii, so like people are like, yeah, Hawaii's not really you know what I mean? Like it didn't like this was New York City, right? Like this is crazy. Like this is our main city. Other than New York City, like the only worse city to attack would be Washington, and they also did attack Washington, the Pentagon, on this day. So yes, very like
they tried going for the White House, but that
one crashed in Pennsylvania because they figured out what was going on. But yeah, so this day will live in
go ahead.
This day will live in infamy for like hundreds of years, probably. Like, if you think about it, this will be in the history books.
Because you can't see the fraction 9/11ths without thinking this. Mm-hmm. You can't look at the clock and it says 9/11 without thinking about this. You can't see 9/11 and you think of it. But it's so there were 27,053 people who were killed at the World Trade Center.
Or 2,753.
What did I say?
27,000.
Oh, shit, sorry. 27.
Something doesn't seem right there.
Yeah, that would have been crazy.
A lot of people, no.
I think they would have just banned airplanes in general if that were the case.
Yeah, so thankfully it's not that. But in total, there were 2,900 177 victims overall, with not including the 19 hijackers. But 6,000 others were injured. So this was a terrorist plot by the terrorist organization of Al Qaeda, and this this operation was masterminded and spearheaded by Osama bin Laden, who became the world's most wanted man, not as like a bachelor, but as we want to kill him. I don't know, maybe he had like 1,005 wives.
Oh yeah.
But so it took us like forever to get him. He died in 2010, I think, is when, ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, but yeah, when SEAL Team 6 killed him. But this was such a insane attack that we went to the UN and we went to the UN and we were like, we need to go in, right? And all the countries felt sympathy for us, so they were like, yeah, we're giving you the go to go into Iraq. And that's when Bush started the Iraq War, because he said there were weapons and stuff, but it was really Dick Cheney's ulterior motive to get oil and stuff.
Okay.
But also to kill Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, to take out this.
We were like, all right, let's do that.
To take out the dangerous group. But yeah, this, it changed the New York skyline, which is like crazy. It was like it was a reminder, in the years after, like everyone had been accustomed to the Twin Towers as like the tallest buildings in New York. And their absence was like a huge vacuum and like a huge reminder. Now we have the One World Trade Center. Which
everything's been different since 9/11 with security,
like
air travel. It's why the TSA sucks. It's why,
TSA doesn't suck. They do their job. It just takes them forever to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they suck.
And it's security theater.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go through TSA tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Tuesday. Why can't I just board an airplane like I'm boarding a bus and just travel up to CT? Yeah.
Yeah. Or, the one time I went on a plane, the first time I went on a plane to Florida, they let my cousin pass with from the shoe X-ray. It was like a random chance. I don't think they should do that, honestly. It seems bit weird.
It's a little rough, but the TSA, Transportation Security Administration, was it founded in response to the September 11th attacks, or had it existed?
Pretty sure.
I'm not sure about that one, but I am 100% sure that the department.
Yes, it was founded November 19th, 2001.
And if you look at the founding date of the Department of Homeland Security, I think that didn't exist until
November 25th, 2002.
So there was swift action after this terrorist attack, and a lot of what we know today. Look at founding date for the National Security Agency. That might be older, but the NSA started monitoring people as terrorists, and
1950.
Okay, so that was older, but it definitely shifted. So all these new departments came in, and the TSA was meant to keep airplanes safe, ideally. That was kind of the idea of the TSA, even though I would say it's not super effective. But
yeah,
the Department of Homeland Security and NSA now they spy on our phones and stuff. And let's see.
Whoa, NSA agents.
Hey, FBI agents.
It shouldn't be FBI agent. It should be NSA agent.
NSA agents. But yeah, so before this, you could just get on a plane. And now, you see, the reason why I don't think the TSA is particularly effective is that you can just pay for pre-check for $80 every 5 years, and you're allowed to bypass half of their security checks. And it's if these security checks were actually fundamental to keeping us safe, then why are we allowed to bypass them with $80? You don't think all these terrorist organizations have $80, so it's sort of like security theater. It's there.
How many tests are there exactly? Because you said they passed most of them. If there's like 10 tests and they pass 5.
Oh, I don't know what I
Yeah.
don't know what, but I don't mean tests specifically. I just mean like how you have to take off your shoes. You don't have to do that if you have like TSA pre-check. Um, the like your laptop computers need to be in individual carts instead of in your bag. But if you are TSA pre-check, you can just leave it in your bag.
But don't you need
Things
to be like vetted
you
for?
do need to be vetted, but like you go
Still,
down
yeah,
to your
still,
you go down to your local Staples office supply store or CVS pharmacy and you can get pre-check free.
yeah.
Like
But
that is kind of ridiculous, I would say. That is kind of
yeah.
ridiculous. So,
So
yeah.
next up,
Yep.
yet half of America being online.
Yeah. So this occurred like this stat was achieved, I forget what year I had my website. Let's just say early 2000s, right? So, yeah, so half of America was online, and while the early 2000s, you couldn't necessarily like it pales in comparison to how the internet affects our lives today. However, this was the start of it. And I mean, this was the turning point, if you put all Americans using the internet on one scale and all Americans not using the internet on another scale, this was the point when the balance shifted, right? So, yeah, cell phones increasingly became popular uh, through the latter half of this decade, and personal computers also became popular. So this is just more of a milestone, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is, like I was saying earlier, the internet is probably the one of the greatest technological advancements of all time, and this is when Americans are okay.
A lot of people take it for granted.
Yeah.
Mm.
It is amazing.
They just
I
sit there
love the internet.
each.
Yeah, like I'm glad we haven't had a solar flare. I'm glad we haven't had another Carrington event. But the internet has brought with it good and bad. And as I said, it's a tool, and like it's people misusing it, but there's also a lot of corporation stuff and yada yada.
Yeah.
But let's focus on the positives. The internet was good because, people are more connected. Um,
Yeah.
like we can
So
talk to each other. I don't need to sit on my landline phone and like run up a crazy phone bill just to talk to my friends in Connecticut. So,
yeah,
yeah.
there we go. But next up, we have the Columbia disaster,
Yep. So
which
the Ohio. Um,
The Ohio disaster.
so oh yeah, because Columbia.
yeah,
That's not even
So
why I put it on.
yeah, so the Columbia disaster was another space shuttle,
isn't it
Space Shuttle Columbia.
Ohio?
What's
Hold
up?
on,
Yeah, I think Columbia is the capital of Ohio, right?
is it?
Yeah, Columbia is the capital of
It's
Ohio.
just Ohio. It's
Um,
always been.
Yeah, it is.
yeah,
Wait,
so what? Anyway, I'm
wait.
just gonna keep talking.
Okay.
So the Columbia disaster was just as deadly as
No, it's
the.
Columbus. That's the
Oh,
capital.
okay, okay.
But Columbia is
Yeah.
also a city in Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Just to be confusing.
Yeah, just to be confused. Okay, yeah. So, um, the Columbia disaster was just as deadly as the Challenger disaster because both space shuttles were kind of like the same model, you could say, even though they were different space shuttles, because you had to build a new one after one exploded. Um, they both sat 7 people, and the Columbia space shuttle had 7 people on it when it blew up. However, uh, because there wasn't a civilian, because instead of 6 astronauts and a teacher, it was just 7 astronauts. That's why you probably hadn't heard of this one, and had heard of Challenger. Some people may have heard of both. Some people may have heard of neither. But if you've only heard of one of these two events, it's probably the Challenger. You know what I mean? So, yeah, just another setback in
Yeah.
spaceflight, and this is likely one of the contributors to the retiring of the space shuttle in 2011, 30 years after it was invented. So, yeah, we had this, Columbia disaster, and so people again brought back the questions like, is it really worth it? Is space really worth it? Space apathy. And so that resulted in NASA, whenever there's a big disaster like this, NASA takes a hit. Like the Congress, the federal budget is proposed, and they're like, yeah, take off a few points for NASA. And so, because of this stress, right, the stress of having a low budget, by 2011, NASA was like, all right, it's not worth it to fly our own space shuttle anymore. And that was the Atlantis space shuttle was the one that retired. And they said, we're just gonna pay Russia for seats on their Soyuz craft. That would be cheaper than maintaining our Atlantis space shuttle. And now the Atlantis space shuttle sits in the Kennedy Space Center. It has a big, I saw it. I actually saw the real space shuttle, the Atlantis. So pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, here we. I'm gonna look up list of space shuttles because we had the Challenger, the Columbia, and um the Atlantis was the last one. Let's see. So the names of the space shuttles in order were the Enterprise, the Columbia, the Challenger, the Discovery, the Atlantis, and the Endeavour. So Challenger, blew up. Columbia blew up. Atlantis is still alive, but it's retired, so it's just sitting in Kennedy Space Center. I don't know what happened to Discovery, Enterprise, and Endeavour, but yeah, 6 total space shuttles. Pretty interesting.
They discovered an Enterprise, and then it crashed. That is the story.
Yeah, let's go with that. So yeah, let's go to the next slide, unless you guys have any further comments. All right.
No, sir.
So we got Facebook invented.
Another disaster.
Another disaster. Yeah, Facebook. I love that movie, The Social Networkers, whatever. You're Zuckerberging me? That's a fun quote. That's Rick and Morty referencing that movie. And so yeah, Facebook was invented in 2005 by Mark Zuckerberg. So
Marky Mark. That's what I call.
It was invented by like him and his friends, and so originally it was like a college. Wasn't it essentially like a hot or not thing? Like it was just like it was like rating people's attractiveness at like the one college.
Is that why it's called Facebook?
Oh my god,
Maybe, I don't know, but if I
Was it
remember the Social Network movie correctly, that's what it started as. It was just like rating people. So, and it was an internet thing. And so it was like a little like, quirky little like whatever. It was one of the Ivy Leagues, or maybe it was MIT or something. And so quirky little college nerds being like, haha, let's rate people's attractiveness. And now it's a multi-billion-dollar corporation, and we're all under Facebook's thumb. We're all sort of stuck. Facebook knows everything about it. It's actually interesting. Facebook has profiles for people that aren't on Facebook. Did you know that? They collect data about people via like other people's Facebook pages. So say you never make a Facebook page, but like other people mention you in your Facebook page, Facebook will start a like shadow profile of like this person. That is you. That even if you've never been on Facebook, which is kind of crazy.
Someone's sending me a Swedish fish by Hawk. I just thought I'd put that in real quick.
Yeah, so
someone's sending me a Swedish fish by Hawk. Because I don't know. I don't know why. I'm getting sent a Swedish fish by Hawk.
What are you saying?
I don't even know. Anyway, so Facebook has, it's controversial, and it's a monopoly, I would say. I think one of the I think the original guy, I think the guy that got Zuckerberged has like said recently Facebook should be broken up into multiple companies because it's too big. And like it should be having it runs afoul of antitrust laws is the argument, but you know, and we had those hearings like a year ago where
Yep.
we have some lovely pictures of Mark Zuckerberg drinking water like an alien.
E.
Um, and
That's the
so,
part of the E meme.
yep. And so, so yeah, it's interesting to see where this will head in the future if it'll become a dystopian, like we are the mega corporation, or if it'll sort of be broken up. So it's interesting to see, but it started all the way back in 2005. So Facebook is 15 years old, almost as old as I am, which is crazy. You know, we are the digital generation. You know what I mean? We're Gen Z, uh, and Gen Z doesn't even use Facebook by and large at this point because
Yeah.
it's old people's social network, which is crazy. We have a Facebook page for Gravity Max Media because we appeal to audiences of all age ranges, other than audiences under 13. You have to be above 13, but we do appeal to the middle-aged. Um, and if you think I'm referring to you when I say middle-aged, no, I'm not insulting your age. Uh, Take heart, you, my friend, are not middle-aged. You are a young adult. So, yeah, but this is the origin of Facebook, one of the titans of the modern world. So, yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah, I don't have it. Next slide.
yeah. Seb doesn't have it. He doesn't have Facebook.
Nope.
But yeah. So next slide. Hurricane Katrina. Another. Kind of go
Another.
like you kind of go like good thing, bad thing, good thing, bad thing.
Is Facebook being invented a good thing?
No.
I mean, it connected people. How else would you know that you went with someone died?
Yeah, I know. I'm sure a lot of people connected in like the gulags.
All right. Well, now we're talking about Hurricane Katrina. Hurricane Katrina like cut the population of New Orleans in half. Like if you look up on Google, if you look up New Orleans population in 2005, it goes way down and it hasn't even recovered its pre-Katrina population since, which is pretty crazy. So this devastated the city in 2005. Um, yeah, it was basically really big hurricane, flooded everything. New Orleans relies on like levees to keep water out, kind of
And the
like
levees. Yeah.
yeah, and the levees were overflowed because of the storm surge
Yeah.
ocean. So yeah, it was pretty bad. And so many people left and not many came back, which is so interesting. Like the population of New Orleans in 2004 was 391,000, and the population. Oh wait, sorry, never mind. Sorry, the population of New Orleans in 2004 was 454,845, and today it is only 391,006. So New Orleans still has a deficit of like 60,000 people from its former population. So Hurricane Katrina was devastating. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely one of the worst numbers.
I studied it in third grade.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was pretty bad, gotta say.
Pretty bad.
You know those.
Especially a lot of people weren't prepared. Like they were warned about it, and people stayed.
Yeah.
Which is what I think the worst part of it is. People just didn't listen.
Yeah.
We can go on to the next slide, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Just one quick thing. You remember those I Survived books?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes. I used to read all of them.
Yeah, the author lives in our town, former
Yeah.
town.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Wendy Mass, I believe. I think she lives.
Max is like, it was me all along.
No, it
I
wasn't.
was writing those books. Yeah.
No, yeah, she lives in the town. So yeah, Hurricane Katrina.
Really?
So then we get Twitter. Maybe not anymore, but when I read them, she did. Twitter invented. Twitter was
The
invented.
author is Lauren Tarshish.
Oh.
Lauren Tarshish. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so Twitter was invented in like 2006, 2007. And just like Facebook, it's another one of these big platforms. However, I would argue that Twitter is worse for people than Facebook, in my
Why?
opinion, because it forces simplicity in statements, and so
True.
it forces simplicity because of the 140 character limit, which was like the whole gimmick of Twitter. Basically, with Facebook, if Facebook is used well, it can just be like sharing family photos. I had a nice vacation, right? And even if they're like people do occasionally like get into politics on Facebook and like have big arguments, but they at least have space to write a nuanced opinion, and make a nuanced argument. Um, Although they don't all the time, because some people don't have nuanced opinions, they have the space to. But on Twitter, Twitter lends itself to sort of like blanket statements and like generalizations that just lead to conflict and hyperpartisanism, as we're going to talk about later. So I would argue that Twitter is worse for people than Facebook. But of course,
Yeah.
we have both, Gravitimax Media, because we are hypocrites. No. We just don't talk about politics on Twitter and Facebook. So that's how we avoid that, because I think most of the bad of these social media networks comes from people talking about politics. But yeah.
That is true.
All right, next up, we got the Great Recession of 2008.
Yeah.
Bad. Ask your parents. Bad. You know, like we can do an entire episode.
We could do an entire episode.
2000 election. I could do a video. But basically what it was that the banks were giving out loans and the banks were going unchecked and people put their money in the bank and when they wanted to take it out, they couldn't.
Yeah.
And that led to there's no money,
Yeah, the bank gave out what are called subprime loans, and it was typically subprime mortgages. So the mortgages on so borrowing money on a house, they would give it to people even if they knew they couldn't pay for it. And yeah, that kind of sucked. That's why, like 2008, I would say the 2008 recession is the reason why millennials, like so many millennials are like socialist. Because if you think, because millennials, 1980 to 2000 birth year, they came of age like in the midst of a recession. If you were born in like what year? If you were born in like 1986, then you just got your college degree in 2008, and bam, recession. You can't get a job. So that's kind of, it was really bad. I think it was the largest recession since the Great Depression itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this was really bad. Like, it's like the Great Depression of the modern age. Um, the economy is still, or I should say, was still recovering from it, and now it is once again in the throes of a depression, or a recession. So, yeah, it was
Oh
not
yeah,
good.
wait, weren't we gonna know if it was officially a recession? Like on the other stream?
July 1st in a month.
July 1st.
So, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a recession. I don't know, but I think there was like a jobs report or something, and like a ton of jobs came back. So hopefully, they're saying they might see like V-shaped economic growth. So like the coronavirus sort of tanked everything, but it'll be back up as fast as it went down. Hopefully. Whereas if you look at 2008, it was a drop and then a slow return. So that's the trend for recessions. It's a drop and then a slow return. So it would be pretty incredible if we managed to have a V-shaped like economic thing. But yeah. So
Yeah.
that's the Great Recession.
Next up, Apple iPhone.
Yep.
You have one. I have one. I have
one
in reverse. So iPhones, they've been updated. More have been coming out, but it all started with this crap ass looking piece of technology.
No, it must have been incredible.
It must have been, but now it's like
Look at the old YouTube app, the brown TV. I love that
so
logo. I love that logo and how like bad it is.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, the original iPhone. It's beautiful. It's a relic. It's like looking at an antique. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's
300,000 were sold in the first weekend.
wow. Yeah, so I mean think about it. For the first time, you have a screen that you can touch. You have a touch screen, which is pretty innovative for this period of time. Most phones were flip phones and they had keyboards, so you would have to type on a physical keyboard and you would have to use buttons to like maneuver around, which is actually pretty inconvenient if you think about it. Like that's quite an impediment. But on a smartphone, you have so many more options because um, well, I don't arrange my apps like this, but like you can just like I don't have all my apps on one page, but like just here you have 8 options to click on. Whereas if you're working with buttons, you would have to like hit right arrow, right arrow, right arrow, down arrow, okay. Like it's slow. So introducing a touch screen is really innovative, and I think that's like a huge contributor to like the modern state of cell phones. Also has a camera. That's a very important thing because in the past, historical events were like not very well documented, right? Like think of Waco, Texas. It was murky. If you just had one person with an iPhone sort of like filming, going like world star, right? Uh, then
Yeah.
the whole conspiracy would be,
Look at the memory. Look
unfolded.
at the memory.
The memory, how much? Memory. 4, 8, or 16 gigabytes.
No, that's the
Oh,
storage.
sorry.
Look at the
Storage.
memory.
Oh, okay. Memory. 128 megabytes. That's even, yeah.
128
Oh,
megabytes.
128 megabytes,
My
yeah.
husband, you
That's
know?
crazy though. 3.5-inch display. It was a tiny little thing. And 4, 8, and 16 gigabytes of storage. So little.
Yeah.
Wait. This one, it doesn't show it, but I think it would be very appropriate if a little game called Doodle Jump was included as one of the apps there. But yeah, so Apple again is one of these modern titans like Twitter and Facebook and Google and Microsoft. But and you know some of their practices, as with any of the modern titans, aren't the best. But you know I like their product. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Next up,
Yeah.
if you want to go ahead, Obama.
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 Obama was elected
Obama.
in 2008.
There's no meme. Well,
Obama
yeah.
was elected in 2008 and became the first African American president in America.
Obama.
So
Obama.
that's like a major
Yeah, it was
achievement.
great for
Yeah.
the American community
Yeah.
because, like we said earlier, in the 70s or 60s, 70s, and 80s, racial tensions were like incredibly high. It wasn't until the 90s. A lot of, like, obviously, there was the civil rights movement in the 1960s, and that led to a lot of social change.
And
But there
legal
was,
change, you know, because like
yeah,
the law itself was like skewed against African Americans.
yeah,
So at least they
exactly.
got rid of that, even though there were still like issues with prejudice. It was like
Well, yeah,
law. It used to be codified into law.
exactly. Yeah,
Yeah, like
like
with the
Jim.
civil rights movement, it became like more, I don't know, subtle and like undercurrents, you know, like FBI conspiracy, you know, like
Yeah,
CIA, I think it was with the crack epidemic. Yeah. But
but
yes, yeah,
yeah, so
go ahead.
Obama being elected, having a black man as president was like, it was insane, and it was great because, as a nation, we showed how far we had come.
Mm-hmm.
Like China's never had an African president.
Yeah, that is true.
Russia's never had an African
I
American
don't think
president.
China or Russia.
Iceland has never had an African American.
Who is Iceland?
Australia's never had an African American.
Well, yeah, because they're not American, but
Canada's never actually no. Justin Trudeau did blackface.
Ooh.
So next up we have
Low blow. Controversial. Yeah, but so this was a major accomplishment for the country. And Obama, he went on to serve 2 terms in office. He first got elected, beating Hillary in the primaries and John McCain in the general election, and then he got reelected, winning against Mitt Romney in 2012.
Wait, Hillary Clinton? Hold on.
Hillary Clinton ran in 2008.
I
She
did
was
not
the
know
main
that.
sort of during the primaries. She and Obama were the 2 main candidates, and Obama won. Kind of like Biden and Bernie up until a few months ago,
Bernie.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Bernie Sanders.
All right. So next topic, we got the tens. What do we call
tens.
this decade? The tens kind of sounds
The
lackluster.
path of destruction.
the last good ones.
The last good ones. I guess you could say the teens.
The
I
teens.
guess you could call them the teens. The 19
So-
teens, the 20 teens.
20 teens. Yeah, so the it is the only 2 presidents were
Obama and Trump.
Donald Trump.
Yeah, and
So-
and I just gotta say, I really like the Lego has the spray tan. If you look at
Yeah.
it, the Lego is so detailed. Whoever made this Lego render of Donald Trump, like the spray tan is like the line is. I find
Yeah,
that.
I gotta say the Obama one really isn't that good.
Yeah, it's just sleek. I like it. It's got a very
It
like
is
the black
sleek,
tuxedo is like super
But
like
Obama
with the polish.
Obama is not a bald man. He's not he has hair.
Yeah, true.
But you know what? They did their best.
They did their best, yeah. Whoever made
But
this Lego.
known for some costs in 2010.
Oh yeah,
Average
costs in 2010.
new house $232,000 compared to 2000, which was $134,000. So this is you see a result of the housing market crashing during 2008.
Yep.
Gallon of gas broke from the $1 streak. $2.73.
And this depends on state a lot though, because I know in like California it's probably like $4 a gallon. And
Yeah,
here in
that's an
Florida,
average.
yeah,
but
here
yeah.
in Florida it's like $1.70 right now. So.
Oh wait, yeah, no, it's really low in Connecticut as well now.
Yeah.
It was low. It was.
Yeah, maybe California's down to 3 again. So.
It was 186, I think.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was actually really low. But yeah, so these are some costs.
Yeah.
Prices rising. Prices are rising. So next up, we got the Affordable Care Act.
Yep, Affordable Care Act. So this was it's also known as Obamacare. So I would say it's probably like not like one of his greatest achievements. Like I mean I don't know, right? But it's his most well-known achievement, I would say.
Yeah.
Like as specific policy is that he passed the Affordable Care Act, and of course it's controversial. Like some people don't think it's good, others think it is good.
Do you have Obamacare?
Obamacare, yeah.
But do you have Obamacare? Are you under
I don't
Obama?
think so. I
You don't think?
No.
I don't. I know I don't.
No. Well, my dad works for a healthcare insurance company, so so we have
How
that.
You don't have healthcare insurance.
Yeah, exactly. We have their insurance. So yeah, the affordable.
This was a step forward. Like a lot of people now are calling for universal healthcare.
So this was a step towards that.
It's great. It's a step towards that. Really, the first time. Well, I can't think of any other time a president has attempted this specifically with healthcare. A lot of the candidates we saw running for the Democratic nomination had healthcare plans based off of the Affordable Care Act. So it was definitely integral to the Democratic Party. And
yeah, I remember both camps, I guess you could say, they fell into sort of 2 categories. Both were Medicare for all or like, healthcare, universal healthcare, except one was abolishing private healthcare and the other was creating a public option. So what that means is that, uh, so like Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, the more like the self-proclaimed like democratic socialists, um, wanted to put all Americans under one public plan, whereas the more moderates like Pete Buttigieg or Amy Klobuchar were more like, well, if people want to keep their private plans, they should be allowed to. Let's just offer a public plan for people that can't afford a private plan. But
Yeah.
both are sort of based on making healthcare more affordable. So, and
Mike, do you like healthcare?
No, just kidding. Yeah, just
like
kidding.
yeah,
Yes, I love some healthcare.
yeah, I love me some healthcare.
Healthcare, am I right? Awesome, awesome possum.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's interesting though because again, it's Affordable Care Act is controversial because some people go the other way. I think like Trump and like the Republicans during the first 2 years of Trump's presidency, when the Republicans still controlled the legislature, they were trying to actually repeal the Affordable Care Act and like replace it with something else. That led to a lot of like a massive outcry. A ton of people were like X many people would lose their insurance, right? Um, and so a lot of politicking later, it didn't happen. Affordable Care Act is still in effect, but yeah, basically, because like there was a big controversy because um, they were going to like repeal the Affordable Care Act before putting something else in place because it was harder to pass a bill that said repeal the Affordable Care Act and put a new thing in place, and it was easier to just say get rid of this and then we'll add something else later. And so some people said like that's haphazard, like we can't do that.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
But yeah,
Was
no,
that what
healthcare.
contributed? Was that what contributed to the government shutdown? Like the gridlock on the Affordable Care Act? The big government, like for a month in like.
Yeah, no, I remember that. No, that was something. That was what was that? The no, that was because of the wall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But no, what you're talking about, and that's still going on today. My U.S. history final actually involved this kind of the Trump administration wanted to what it's resorted to is taking away certain sections of the Affordable Care Act and then replacing them with their own.
Okay.
So they were trying to take away section 1557, I believe it is.
Okay.
Which is the clause saying that you can't discriminate who gets healthcare under the Affordable Care Act based on race, origin, sex, all that. And my project was involved with the LGBTQ community, so we were obviously focusing on the sex part of that concerning transgendered people. But obviously there's a whole slew of issues there because with race, country.
Yeah.
And Trump wanted to replace that with, but it wasn't good that was trying to be messed with because the anti-discrimination clause is, important to America, but also because a sustainable or a sizable portion of America does have the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, so, well, it is interesting. Like I have heard some, like, I would say valid criticism of the Affordable Care Act. Like one thing is that health insurance companies cannot charge you more for being overweight, which obesity is like a huge, no pun intended, a huge factor in a lot of diseases. So
Brendan's gonna be making a joke right now. He's gonna be like, "How's your health, Sebi?"
Oh yeah. But yeah, being overweight results in an increased risk of like heart disease, diabetes, so many diseases that previously, before the Affordable Care Act, before Obamacare, health insurance companies would say, you are like overweight, as a result, it is more likely that you are going to have one of these diseases, like you are going to acquire one of these diseases. So we are going to charge you more for your insurance, um, which kind of seems fair because you can control your weight for the most part, other than there are select cases where there are like disorders that don't let you lose weight. But most people can actually control weight. So the Affordable Care Act sort of said that you cannot discriminate based on weight, which, that kind of sucks because if you like put in a lot of effort, like if you keep yourself healthy, like if you exercise every day and stuff, um, then you are basically paying for the health care of unhealthier people. Like it makes your prices higher. Um, and so I think that's a fair point. Um, I mean, I could see it be argued the other way as well, but I think it's a
Hmm.
fair point. A bit of personal responsibility. So, yeah, this was the main sort of uh, law thing of I'm getting tired, of the Obama administration. Um, and yeah, controversial, good and bad about it. And
Michael, what's Obama's last name?
Obama? Oh, I love
no, his
Obama.
last name is Care.
I've ever mentioned how much I like Obama.
He likes Obama.
He likes Obama.
All right.
I like
Next
Obama.
up, we got Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, Occupy Wall Street. So yeah, Occupy Wall Street. This occurred in 2011. This was a big protest in New York where a ton of people occupied Wall Street. They camped out in Central Park, and the phrase is "We are the 99%." And like basically it's that the argument was that like the wealthiest 1% of Americans like have too much of the wealth, and like this protest was supposed to be like everyone else sort of wants a fair shake or whatever. Um, so yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so this was when people started realizing or noticing uh, the unfair distribution of wealth,
Hmm.
and like we talked about in what was the name of the stream where we talked with Zach,
Macroeconomics.
macroeconomics. Thank you. Um, we talked about one of the downfalls of capitalism is kind of like monopolies, and this isn't a monopoly, but it's kind
Yeah.
of like a monopoly of wealth, kind of.
Yeah.
So it's an unfortunate downfall of capitalism. So it's a debate in it of itself, but we
Yeah.
probably shouldn't do it here.
Yeah. Yeah. And well, one of the
Write an
important.
opinion.
Yeah. Write an opinion piece. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the important things about Occupy Wall Street to remember is that it took place in 2011. So this is coming off of the recession of 2008. And during the recession, it was said that a lot of people on Wall Street behaved like irresponsibly, the banks and so Wall Street. And the argument was that while like average Americans like took a big hit from the uh, like recession, all of the Wall Street people were fine. So it was sort of like, hey, you profited off of our failure, kind of.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Next up, we have the Boston Marathon terrorist attack.
Yeah.
I was actually in Boston during the Boston Marathon attack.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it sucked. But yeah, that was whack.
Mm-hmm.
We got out. We got out of the city
Got out of there real quick.
immediately because, just like when your school goes into lockdown, even if there's been a threat at a different school, we didn't know if if this was an isolated thing or if Boston was about to blow up. Also, recently on the stream, I found out that Boston is not in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I always get Pennsylvania, Massachusetts confused for some stupid reason. But
yeah,
I don't know. They look the same. They don't. But the Boston Marathon was a terrorist attack. It was domestic terrorism, right?
Yeah, it
Or
was
was
domestic terrorism. It occurred on April 15th, 2013, and the guys were eventually caught. I think it was two people. I'm not sure.
That top left photo, that must have been like taken at the perfect moment because they're all just running, right?
Well, yeah, a few bombs went off, I think. So it wasn't just like one. It was.
Yeah, I know, but it must have been taken because they're not like panicking. They're still like jogging in the marathon.
Huh. Yeah, that's true.
Like, look at the picture. No,
Well, it's hard to tell between panic running and running because you're in a marathon.
I don't know, they look pretty like informed there, you know?
I don't know, but regardless.
And why would they be running towards it, you know? I don't know. That's a strange picture.
A strange picture. But yeah, so, this, like, I think it was at like the finish line and in the stands as well. So this was like, again, domestic terror is like an increasing trend, unfortunately. Like even recently, I think like Trump designated Antifa a terrorist group or something like that.
Yep.
Domestic terrorist group. So yeah,
yep.
Domestic terror is like on the rise. And maybe this will become the main threat like of our generation that we need to deal with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's a
Next
pretty
up,
big thing. Yeah.
Next up, we have I never know how to pronounce it.
Obergefell v. Hodges.
Yeah.
So this was basically the Supreme Court case. I forgot what year. Was it 2015?
It was 20.
Okay.
Excuse
so
me. 20. Yeah.
Yeah. So this was Supreme Court case in 2015, and I believe it used the 14th Amendment to argue that gay marriage should be legal, like nationwide, or same-sex marriage, I guess more accurately. And so, yeah, basically, I think ever since the early 2000s, individual states had begun legalizing same-sex marriage. Like I think Massachusetts was actually the first state to do so. Either Massachusetts or Vermont. I know.
In my mind, it was Vermont.
Okay, so I think it was Vermont.
I was Vermont.
Yeah, so individuals, and this was like early 2000s, like 2004-ish, I believe. 2004. But it took until 2015 for it to become a nationwide decision. I'm not sure how many states had already legalized it at this point. I'd say probably like 2/3 roughly, I would guess. If you could look that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually it's split like 20 to 30. Usually is kind of what we see with states. So either 20 or 30 states.
Yeah. So I think it was the majority of states, though, by the time that the national decision was made. So, yeah, the Supreme Court used the 14th Amendment during this case to argue that, like, it would be discriminatory to only allow, not same-sex marriage. I don't know the word. Traditional marriage, I guess. So.
Michael, do you want to get married?
I do. Would like to get married. Wait.
Was that a proposal?
He said I do.
Wait, not wait, whoa.
Sorry, dude. It's already in the motion.
It's too late.
Have a contract?
It was a verbal agreement.
Verbal and a taped agreement as well. We were recording.
But yeah, anyway, so
I didn't sign anything for that, so.
But yeah, so this was an important Supreme Court decision, obviously. I mean, like monumental. I wonder if we'll see, probably not through the Supreme Court, but as states have started to legalize marijuana, I'm pretty sure I'm guessing we're close to a similar national level statement. But it likely won't be through the judicial system. It would probably be through legislative branch, I would think. Because usually it's the legislative branch that makes laws, but in this case, the judicial branch was sort of like reinterpreting the 14th Amendment of the Constitution to like argue based on that amendment. Because obviously in the first place, the amendment was passed in like 1865, and it was in reference to, you know, the Civil War, and it was about the rights of African Americans. But the Supreme Court during this case extended that to the right of, you know, LGBT, know all the letters, but LGBT plus. There you go.
Yeah.
That covers all the letters. So yeah, so that was a big change for America, you know. Instead of a slow, like, state by state basis, it just became nationwide. So yeah.
Yeah. Next up, internet culture.
Internet
Poggers.
culture. So what I mean by internet culture is that everyone, not everyone, but everyone is on the internet now. Our
We said
virtual lives have
4 hours streaming.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 4 hours of streaming. This was a long one, I think. Other than
Yeah.
the all-nighter, this was the longest. Sorry for keeping you on so long, Michael.
I'm tired. I woke
You
up
can
at like
actually
5
track
this
the
morning.
sun through this video going past Michael's window.
You could probably track the sun, yeah.
You could.
But yeah, so we're almost done. We're almost done. So the internet culture, basically everyone's online, and like our virtual lives are as important, if not more important in some situations than our physical lives. I mean, we see all the time, like, people will get, like, fired for something they say on the internet, which is pretty crazy. Like, could you
Yep.
imagine that happening in, like, 2002? You know, like, that wouldn't happen. Like, even when half of Americans are online, we've gotten to a point where, like,
I thought you were gonna say, could you imagine that happening to you?
oh,
Just
no,
period.
in
I'll be like,
2002.
yeah,
Yeah.
I think it could definitely happen to me.
So internet culture, like, we are becoming an online species, you know, an online society, because
We live.
we live. Our
Side.
actions and statements online have become, like, just as important as what we do in real life. It's really interesting. And many companies, many personal fortunes have been based online, you know, businesses online. It's pretty incredible, actually. Like, it's great that, you know, someone in New York, Los Angeles, Sydney, Australia, London, they could all start a Discord server like we have, and just hang out together and chat and have video chat, you know?
Gents.
And
Video.
they can all be friends, and those people would never have met before. It's really interesting. But another interesting side effect about internet culture is that it has taken niche communities, like niche, like, fan bases, fandoms, I guess you could say, and have, like, sort of made them exist, you know? Because without it, these are such, like, minority things, like minority interests, you know what I mean? That, like, they
Yeah.
never would have had a foothold without the internet. Like, I'm trying to think of one. Like, I don't know, Star Wars is pretty popular. That was before the internet. Even, like, they were Star Wars fans. But, like, I don't know, say like a specific TV show. What's your favorite recent TV show?
Recent TV show?
Yeah, just off the top, name first TV show. Just name one.
Money Heist.
Money Heist, okay? So all the people that like Money Heist can now, like, go on Reddit or something. There's probably an r/Money Heist, and they can talk about it. But before the internet, you would probably be, like, the only person in your town that had watched Money Heist and, like, really liked Money Heist, and, like, you could try and
There
get your
is.
friends to watch it, but they'd be like, yeah, I'm not really into it, whatever. But because of internet culture, disparate communities, like, only like, what I mean is, say America has 300 million people. Say that there was a fan base that only had 300 fans. In the past, I mean, these people were 1 in 1 million. They never would have interacted with each other, and so they would be all lonely and have to enjoy Money Heist by themselves. But now that there's internet culture, all 300 of these Money Heist fans across America can come together and discuss it without ever meeting up physically.
Yeah,
So,
and think
yeah.
about it. We're both educational channels.
Mhm.
So if we were like teachers, we could maybe teach a class of 20 people.
Mhm.
Teachers have like 6, 7 classes if they're really good, you
Yeah.
know? So it evens out to like
Or you could
120.
even, if you were a professor and, like, teaching large, like, halls, you know, assembly halls, or whatever.
But how many views do you have on your channel? Like thousands.
70,000.
Yeah, 70,000.
Yeah.
So we're
so
able to reach way more people.
Definitely. So yeah, internet culture, very interesting things, side effects, good, bad, but it is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Next up, we got hyperpartisanism.
Partisanism.
Partisanism.
So hyperpartisanism.
I love the fake PNG. Like, I think Mike did these images. You did so terribly with these images, Mike. I swear to God.
Don't tear into Mike like that.
I'm ripping into Mike.
They were all mine.
Okay. So hyperpartisanism.
Like, I'm proud of. I'm sorry.
Proud. Them up on your wall.
Whoever makes fake PNGs is like the Antichrist.
They are the real terrorist organization.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's just one person making all of the fake PNGs on the internet. It's so annoying. Because they're supposed to be transparent, but instead you get a checkered border pattern. Anyways, point is, yeah, people are very politically divisive now. Like, I think it's partially a result of like online, and this is sort of like internet culture, is that you sort of got like two tribes going now, and it's sort of hard to like be anywhere in the middle.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, a lot of people point to Reagan's era being the start of this, and then it just goes, it elevates, and now we're like here. You know, it's like we're on such a new echelon of hyperpartisanism that literally people will tweet out every day, I hate Republicans or I hate Democrats, and an entire slew of people will agree with them. And this has really led to the thinking that we shouldn't have political parties. You know, we shouldn't be limited to like two.
Yeah, because it's like when people say that, again, that's why I dislike like the concept of Twitter. Because do you really dislike every single Republican politician or every single Democrat politician? Like, are you seriously going to make that claim? Like, there have been good and bad on both sides, and like people have preferences, but you know, we've gotten to an age where it's very like it's different. Like you can't sort of oppose anything. Like I think a recent example was like a Democrat politician who had the coronavirus, like got better after using hydroxychloroquine, and so she thanked the president, and then the rest of the party was like, no, you can't do that, and I'm like, what? That's kind of crazy. I mean, right? Like it used to be that the office of the president was respected. You know, like it used to sort of be that even if we disagree with the president, we still afford some respect because you know, they are the president. But now it's just become very hyperpartisan.
Yeah.
And so it's a very difficult political climate to navigate. And that's why here on the Gravity Max live stream, we like to avoid politics because
hey, look, you got your blue shirt, I got my red shirt.
Yep.
Black shirt. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
But yeah, we like to avoid politics here and just like stick to science, educational stuff. We try to be very neutral because of hyperpartisanism. You are guaranteed to upset somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so now we can move on to the tier list. I don't know. You might have to hit present, or I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Okay, exit. I'll stay in non-present mode because we gotta arrange this. So
yeah. So we got first. Where are the 70s going?
Where are the 70s?
So quick summary again. We had Apollo ending, Watergate, end of Vietnam, Microsoft, genome sequenced, oil shock. A lot of those are negatives.
I would put it around C, personally.
I was thinking C.
Yeah. All right. What do you think, Mike?
Next up. Yeah, Mike.
I go C or B, honestly.
Okay.
B?
C or B?
He said C or B, so we're sticking with C. Okay, 1980s.
80s. Hostage, internet, crack, AIDS, Challenger, and DNA, which is the contents of my room.
Okay. Don't be surprised if you get a knock on the door from the DEA, right? But yeah, so I don't know. I like the 80s. Those were a lot of negative events, but you got the 80s nostalgia, 80s
80s
gumption.
nostalgia. Um,
I would
and
be,
and internet.
yeah,
I gotta go B.
yeah.
Because
That's what I was
it's
gonna
a
say.
memory back on.
I would be very sad if it was below a B.
Because you can't put it on par with the 70s.
Yeah.
All right, 90s. We got Gulf War, end of Cold War, Hubble, Waco, Texas, Bill Clinton, ISS, Columbine.
I'd probably put it as a B as well.
A lot of scientific
advancement. A lot of good and bad stuff that happened in those 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, C. I would definitely C.
C.
All right, C. Okay, so
yeah.
2000s. Where are we?
2000s. 2000s. Genome, 9/11, online, Columbia, Facebook, Katrina, Twitter, Recession, iPhone, Obama. That's such a large thing. But it's a move forward from everything else because it has so much progress with the iPhone, Facebook, Twitter, half of America online, and September 11th, like we said, it did lead to the creation of the TSA and the Department of Homeland Security. I would put this, I don't know. I feel like it should be above the 80s. If there was a letter between A and B, I would put it there. Even though the recession does suck.
I don't know. I would have to put it B.
B? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we get B. And fine, we're not even gonna say anything. Enough said. I'm just kidding.
I don't know. 2012, man. 2012, best year ever.
That is true. That was a nice year.
And memes. The birth of memes.
Yeah.
S.
2010s. S.
I don't know. Where do you want to put it?
How about too early to call?
What do you mean too early? It's done.
Yes, but we don't see the effects yet.
We don't see the effects?
What if, think about it like this. What if somebody, I don't know, in 2013, stepped on a butterfly, right? And in 2026, that causes, I don't know, the Earth to crash into the sun. We don't know yet.
Did you smoke crack off stream?
No, I've been on stream the whole time. I mean, I went to the bathroom, but...
That's enough time.
No, all right. Where do you want to put it?
A.
Fine. There we go. A. All right, that's our tier list. And now, final thoughts. What a doozy. That was a long episode, over 4 hours. I am tired. I want to sleep right now. That is what I want to do. I want to sleep.
I think we're all tired.
I already have my throat is so sore now.
I never lose my voice. My voice is so buttery that it can't leave my throat because it would just slip back down.
My voice box hurts. But this was a fun episode. The wealth of events. The wealth of events, the wealth of information for this 50-year time period highlights its importance. Because as we said in the beginning, this is rarely covered. We don't know our own history. You know what I mean? We know more about what happened 200 years ago than we do about what happened 50 years ago. And so hopefully this episode of the Gravity Max live stream helped to change that for many of you. I hope you all learned a lot more today. And yeah, that the 4-hour timestamp is just reflective of the wealth of information here. So yeah, I would like to thank you all for watching. If you've hung on, I think we have a few people hanging on for 4 hours. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching.
Michael, Jam, I would like to thank you for coming on the live stream again.
Jam.
and
You're
flex in
officially
your
among Brad League.
new camera. And
That's
as
a new
always,
$50 camera that took
yeah,
3 weeks.
3 weeks to get there. Yeah, and as always, I would like to thank my co-host Sebastian for being here as always. So yeah, check
Barely
out,
feet.
yeah, and although it may be hard, or I, I can't speak right now, but like you're probably thinking the opposite of this, right? But if you haven't gotten enough Gravity Max today, then tune back in. Uh, Go to gravitymaxmedia.com and go to the news website because I will have a new article out, and you can check out the previous 2 days' articles as well. But yeah, we made a lot of content today, so I don't think you guys are starved for content. So yeah, that's it. I'm gonna end the
But
stream
if
now.
you want more of me, you
Oh
can
yeah.
check me out at 128 seconds on YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram.
Yep. So
Yeah.
if that's it, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you next week.